Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
And good morning. Oh, I'm over there in the corner. Hello. Oh, there I am. Good morning. Michael Bryant here. It is Justice Served TV, and yet another episode of As the Adelsons Turn on One Another. So today's the day we begin with the opening statements. We thought they were going to be yesterday, but then a lot of this stuff happened. If you weren't here, you know what this stuff is. This is let me grab the board, the big board. These are the folks that survived the jury selection process. These are the folks of the 36 names that they actually started working on. These are the ones that didn't quite make it. So now we have a panel, 14 total. We thought there was going to be 15. Obviously, a screw up on the number of alternates. So we have just 2, which, if we're lucky, will be plenty. And we got a little thumbnail sketch of each of those folks. If you weren't able to spend the 9 hours with us yesterday as we were watching this process evolve. And then again, the judge had hoped to get to opening statements by 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Denied. So I kind of like this better. We start fresh with the opening statements today. It is a Friday. They'd probably, this judge said, hey, we're going from 8:45, be here at 8:45. We're starting at 9 Eastern Daylight Time. And we're going to 5:30. Last night, they went to almost 7. It was like 6:40 maybe before he let the animals out of the zoo. So this judge is not wasting any time. And I expect we will see that through the course of this trial, that if you're on either side, you better have those damn witnesses ready to go. And we're not going to waste this jury's time. We're going to get this case put on, this trial completed. The target completion date is 2 weeks from today. Yeah, it doesn't sound like very long, does it, after all of the hoopla and the buildup? But I think it's very doable if you look at the prosecution's estimate of time, if you look at the defense estimate of time, and of course, the defense estimate based somewhat on the rulings from motions in limine, most of which have come down. So they're still saying 4 to 6 days, whether that's going to stick. Who knows? The prosecution is saying basically 6 to 8. So they're in this, or the 5 to 7, I think she said. Anyway, so 1 week basically for each is a simple way to boil it down. And the jury should have the case in a couple of weeks. We, of course, will be down there beginning Monday. So a couple of things I wanted to chat about as we're waiting for the crowd to gather. The attorneys were supposed to be reporting at 8:30. I do not think we have a feed yet. So as soon as we do, we will obviously bring that up. There may be some housekeeping, some initial issues that the court needs to deal with the participants before the jury arrives. And it is kind of, day one. So, you may have noticed yesterday that the court moved around a number of these numbers. So we have 1, 2, and then 5, 23, 11, 14, and then we're back and forth. One of the more surprising things was, as I started to whittle away at the first pool of 21, remember, these are the folks that were pre-screened and on Monday and Tuesday, brought back in on Wednesday, Thursday to get to the final pool. So they looked at 21. That was the first hardcore number. Of that, they had to add 10 to get to 36. Of that 36, here we have them. But look at the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the last numbers were from that second pool of 10. So obviously there were some issues with some of the other folks. We've got details on all of them. We could speculate on why they might have been a problem one way or the other. But here we have it. And I didn't even, last night when I was going through my notes, I didn't even boil things down into simple things like how many men, how many women, because I got all these detailed notes. Who's got kids? What are the kids doing? One guy who did, I think he did stay on the, number 11. He's the guy, if you'll remember, he is a divorced man, has 4 kids. 2 of them are YouTubers. And this was the guy who the judge said, when the prospective juror, now juror number 11, said, I got the 21 to 23-year-old, they're YouTubers. And the Judge Everett said, oh, that must, create some stress. And the guy says, they make more money than I do. And the court at that point said, I stand corrected. You can make money on YouTube? What the hell? Nobody told me that. So an interesting panel, and we'll sort through some of the details here coming up. Speaking of juries, though, and I went back and looked at this last night because Linda, Kenney, Baden, and I, I forgot, she's off on a poker holiday. Can I say that? Or should I say on assignment? Anyway, she may pop in. You never know. You never know with Linda. She may just be unable to restrain herself and may pop in during the course of the day. Yesterday, she and I were talking about some of the early goings with the court and the process and the introductions of the parties and the attorneys. And I noticed that the defense had, or at least introduced, a jury consultant. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. We didn't know whether or not they had one or who it was. Obviously, we've heard and talked with many of them over the years. Michel Ward, I've reached out to her to see if she can come on at some point and talk about this case. You might be surprised to know that jury consultants don't necessarily follow to the degree necessary cases that we're following. They kind of have a job and they kind of have other cases to deal with. So if Michel can make herself available and has the time to kind of get up to speed on this particular jury, we would love to have her on to talk about it, because jury consultants are, isn't it, what a wacky, interesting job it is. And if there is one in this case, and you may have noticed I'm saying if, because I did some research on the person that was identified as the jury consultant. Based on what I found, not a jury consultant. Yeah. So I'll get into that when we have a little bit more of a break. I fully expect, at least on day one, we're going to probably launch into things pretty timely. Anyway, maybe wonder why would you identify somebody as a jury consultant when, at least on paper, if you do the research of the name, and it's a unique name, it does come up, but not as a jury consultant. So I found that very interesting. I guess you have to have your first jury consultant job. So maybe that's what this is. But we'll find out, because maybe they just wanted I will tell you, it's a lawyer, which is not uncommon for jury consultants to have kind of a varied background, including practicing law, or at least studying law, being admitted to the bar. I don't know. It's very interesting. Is that a reason? Is it a way just to have another attorney on the defense table, but not make it sound like we have another attorney on the defense table? It's a jury consultant, because you'll remember he identified, and I'm talking, of course, about primary counsel for Ms. Adelson, Joshua Zellman. He identified himself and Jackie Fulford, who many people are not all that kindly referring to as Tom Petty, his client. I'm thinking of the table as he was introducing them. There was another associate, I think, or a paralegal, and then there was this jury consultant. But I don't know. Maybe they don't want to look like, to the jury, look how many attorneys we have sitting here. These are not all attorneys. One of them is a jury consultant. So maybe that was conscious. Maybe this person has a new career. I don't know. But once I give you the name and to tell you what I've learned, maybe you'll have your own conclusions about what exactly is going on there. So we believe, in terms of the opening statements, estimates were in the 30 to 45 minute range. This is Florida. We don't have time for this 4-hour opening, 4-hour closing crap. We're getting into it. So I would expect that the day will play out like this. Maybe there's some preliminary little shenanigans. How do we get lunch, Judge? Whatever. They'll have that, and they get, by the way, $15 a day, these jurors, for the first 3 days, and then it rockets. Their earnings double to $30 a day for the duration. So they'll be able to trip that second tier of pay. So got that going for them, which is nice. Probably get started at, let's say, 9:15-ish, give them a chance to settle. First of the openings done by 10. We assume, although we don't know till it happens, the defense is not going to defer. They are going to do their opening statement. And maybe they'll have a little break between them, maybe not if it's only 45 minutes. Anyway, dripping wet, they got to be done by noon. So then you have a slightly earlier lunch, maybe not. Maybe you're immediately jumping right into the first witness of the state's case. We know, because last night we aired his testimony in its entirety. James Geiger, the next door neighbor, would universally love this guy. Everybody just loves this guy. That's my neighbor. I want that guy to be looking out for me, to be as proactive as he was. He's just in his home, 10-ish or 10:30 that morning. He hears a sound next door, and you'll see from the photos, and I'll see my spatial orientation will be much better next week when I'm driving in that area. But the homes are not, not acres apart. It's like a residential neighborhood, and they're pretty darn, close, and you can see one house out the window of the other. So he hears that sound. He goes to investigate. He sees Dan Markel's car in the garage. I almost made the same mistake. In the garage, and it's running. Remember, I had a little gripe about how it's been reported, even by the court in the charging documents, that the car was in the driveway. I don't know technically if the driveway ends at your garage door or not, but to me, it's a whole lot more intimate, personal thing if you're in your garage when this crime takes place. And it's undisputed, it did. That's what happened. Even Geiger mentioned in his testimony that he felt odd going into the garage to just see what was going on with Dan Markel. So he's making my point that even for him, a neighbor who knows the guy, it's like, oh, I don't know if I have permission to go into his garage. It's just kind of weird. So, of course, when he goes in, what he finds is horrible. He finds Dan Markel in the car, the driver's side window shattered, and Markel is, as he described him, just kind of moving his head slowly, side to side, making no noise, not responsive. And then Mr. Geiger, checking for his phone, didn't have it, has to go home, makes the 911 call. Here's something controversial that you may not have heard a lot about. It's been kind of a side story. It took emergency responders 19 minutes to get there. 19 minutes. There was some sort of screw up at the factory. Something happened in the handoff of the 911 call to the emergency first responders. 19 minutes. Now, would that have made a difference considering the wound to the head? I don't know. Nobody will ever know. But if the normal response time is, 3, 4, 5 minutes, 19 is brutal and could have meant the difference between life and death. Again, ultimately declared brain dead and then officially died the next day. But he was at the hospital in horrible shape that may not have been affected by the 14, 15-minute difference between a normal response time and the 19 minutes it took for these guys to get there on this day. And again, it was in July, 11 years ago. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, too, with Mr. Geiger. This guy's testified in 3 of the trials voluntarily. I'm coming, even though it was offered by both sides to just use his prior testimony. It's tight, it's concise, it's important, but they could reuse his 15 minutes of fame. Literally, it's about a 15-minute chunk of testimony. And he said, no, I'm coming. I'm coming in. So you could tell it's sort of his dedication, his loyalty to his former neighbor, that he wants to be in court. So we'll see if that happens today. He was the first witness last time. Will he be the first witness today? It's possible, very possible. So the jury's been asked to report at about now, before we get into whatever's happening there. And there may be, they're gathering. This is all the first day stuff. Where do we go? It's like the first day of school. They've been there before as a massive group. Very different when you're now in the box and you've got your deliberation room. That's your home. That's your sanctuary. But they haven't done the mechanics of, okay, where are we going? What are we doing? Where are we going? Oh, somebody was asking about Domino. Domino is in charge of the couch. You give me the side eye. You give me the side eye right now. Okay, sorry, dude. Lisa is not here. Normally he'd be camped out with her in her office, but she is not here today. So she'll be back later. So my son, speaking of family business, my son, who I bragged about before, works for the Pittsburgh Pirates. I know I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, so choking that down was an issue, but he's a great kid, and that's what he's doing, working for the Pirates. So coming back here for Labor Day weekend, which is going to be great, and he's talking to a friend who's there with him in the Pirates office, whatever, and she said she wants a Justice Served TV shirt. A friend of my son's. Now, that's probably a little outside the demographic, not just for true crime, but just in general. So anyway, I got one ready to roll. This is going to be this is with the Army fatigue kind of green to it. So also available at our merch store. This is there's so many things on there. I actually would need a raise to afford all the things that are on there, and I don't see that happening. But anyway, so I respect and appreciate that a friend of my son's would be interested at all, and I can't wait to bestow that upon her. So, okay, what else we got going on here before we get started with the shenanigans? If you guys have not seen this, have you seen this book? Let me see. Let me get the reflection off of it. This is the Wendy Adelson book, which I'd heard about and understood, and the Lily character in here is definitely not Wendy. Not her. A lot of maybe similarities. She's an attorney for an immigration service of some sort, and Wendy's role not all that different. Working for Florida State University, where of course Dan Markel also worked. He was a professor there. What I was most surprised about is the endorsement, and not it's beyond endorsement, because we've looked at this a couple of times. I want to reinforce this if you haven't heard this before. See this right here? This is the Florida State University seal of approval, 1851. Okay, one book, one campus. That's their little motto. Very bizarre to have, and this is not a textbook, really. I mean, it's a story of three women. I think it's three, told almost diary-like. So they have entries, or they have portions of the story that they're labeled that person. Again, Lily is the Wendy Adelson character. So what fascinated me was in the introduction. A lot of things in here fascinated me. But Mary Colburn, who is the vice president for student affairs, if you read, she does a page and a half. Welcome to the school. I thought it was just a weird intro. Welcome to the school. What's got to do with the book? Then if you just read it, the very end of this intro, the education begins here. So she's talking to the students. Welcome. You've made this amazing choice to come to this great school. And at the very end of her introduction, she says, that education, the university, begins here with the one book, one campus common reading program. All new students will read This Is Our Story. That's this book. All new students will read This Is Our Story and then convene at the new student convocation on Sunday, August 24th, 2014 at 1:30 at the Tallahassee Leon County Civic Center. Convocation will mark your entrance into the life and traditions of Florida State University. So this kind of morphs into, a text because it's required reading. Every kid, now that's a big school. I should have done better research. I would imagine first-year kids got to be at least in the 10, 12,000 category, maybe, because usually in a university, the freshman class is huge. And then, things kind of happen over the next 4 years, and the graduating class is not quite as robust. So I'm going to check on those numbers. But that's that's a bestseller. Remember, when you look at bestsellers, it doesn't take that many sales of a book to become a bestseller. It really doesn't. When you compare things like, movie box office receipts, television ratings, even YouTube stuff, the numbers have to be massive for success on those platforms. Bestseller, I think it's about 50,000 copies. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, and that's a lot. I will guarantee you that my book, The Legal Edge for Homeowners, Buyers, and Renters, did not quite get to the bestseller status. So if you got a leg up where 10, 15,000 of your closest friends, better known as students, are required to read your book, it doesn't hurt. And as I'm starting to read bits and pieces of the book, I'm like, why would a student read this? I just don't get it. It's fiction, but it's about immigration law. It's just I find it to be odd and I think this was a picture that came in this book, and it looks like a real picture. Even on the back, it has Kodak paper. Anybody remember Kodak paper? So it makes it look like, oh, look, somebody left their personal photo in this book. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's part of the marketing material. And it's from Kappa Delta. This is the Kappa Delta sorority. Yeah, because you can see see all the sorority girls there? Anybody have young girls, college girls in sororities? That's an adventure, eh? So quite the marketing effort. And I don't know. I'd love to find out how many books sold. When I got this, see that little spine there? So this is like a retread version of it. I just Googled it the best I could. Thrift Books is where I got this one. And I have a feeling I paid more for it than it was originally selling for. Just a hunch. Yeah, sometimes they'll put the original price in a book somewhere like this. Publishing is so different than it used to be back in the day. Because you had to have, like when my book was published, you had to have a publisher. Self-publishing was not a thing, and so if you didn't find somebody who believed in your book and they're hanging it out there because they're printing these things up and trying to make money on it, then you didn't. There are so many books and works of fiction that were never ever printed. Why? Because for whatever reason, a publisher either wasn't made aware it was out there, or it said, "I'm not hanging it out there on that. No way." But now with self-publishing, so much good and so much crap is all out there. Hey, John Boggs, good morning. Oh, John Baggs. Sorry, John Boggs must be a different person. And Mara said she will not be reading the book. Well, you're lucky because I'll be reading it to you. We're going to have, it'll be the Justice Serve TV book club. And we'll be reading some selections from that at some point. So good to see everybody this morning. Everybody I know has been anticipating the excitement that is As the Adelsons Turn on One Another. And if you have any thoughts about how we're going to be doing this, obviously this is day one, and I think what we're going to do is similar to what we did with Karen Reed as best we can without totally disrupting our lives. Obviously, I'll be down there next week. That'll be crazy and very interesting, and should get us through most of, if not all of, the prosecution's case, which of course will begin today in earnest. You think James Geiger is going to be the first witness, followed by, if it's like last time, first responders. I mean, we have to remember that, and at least if these jurors, prospective and now the ones in the box, are truthful, most of them don't have a lot of understanding about this case. Are they lying because they want to get on the jury? I don't know. But if that's true, they really need the foundational information. Who's Dan Markel? How did this crime occur? They're going to be putting the pieces together as they see Donna Adelson there. She went ponytail one day with jury selection. She had the open locks yesterday. What she got going on today? Oh, it looks like we got the seal. We're getting close to action. So they've got to put all the pieces together and figure out how does this woman sitting here blend in. We know the judge has given them the thumbnail, right? So it's a conspiracy case, it's a murder case, but still, that's a long ways from that thumbnail to conviction. And they need to know these fundamental facts, even though gruesome. And as she is not the one that pulled the trigger, how much of that do you need? So we'll find out. Every time this trial has moved forward, it's been kind of like another layer removed from the direct crime, the pulling of the trigger. You have Sigfredo Garcia. He's tried and convicted first time. Catherine Magbanwa is tried with him the first time, but it's a hung jury, so she has a second trial on her own. She's convicted. Pretty tight collection of bodies there for the actual trigger puller person. And Luis Rivera, of course, rolled over on the gang, so he never had a trial, and he'll testify in this case too. Very important witness on the conspiracy issue. So you have those three folks pretty much right in the mix, right? Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia there. Sigfredo Garcia pulling the trigger. Then you have Catherine Magbanwa, who is the setter-upper girlfriend who knew the Latin Kings, and now a year ago you get Charlie. A bit of a divide between those first three convictions and this one, and Charlie as well. So now I think with Donna, you take a step back even further. So if you're the prosecutor, that's you gotta stay totally focused on who it is you're going after and how all of the facts you may have presented in prior trials are more or less relevant in this trial against this defendant, Donna Adelson. We talk about this all the time. Everybody's all Wendy Adelson crazy. Like she should be charged. Why is she getting off the hook? She's testifying. She has use and derivative immunity as a result of the subpoena from the DA. Not uncommon. the question is, well, how far does that protection go? And once she testifies again, is it going to be open season on Wendy Adelson? Because if you can find connections that create her culpability outside of her testimony, then that's fair game. You're good. And a lot of people are waiting for that moment. Is it going to come? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Is total justice for Dan Markel coming through this trial? If it's the last trial, will people feel satisfied? Or will they feel like, there's kind of a missing piece? And we'd like to see Wendy Adelson at least tried, perhaps convicted. But that's a big matzo ball kind of hanging over this whole process here. So we will be there for it all. This was, if you want to look at the timing on it, Charlie Adelson was convicted, let me make sure I get my dates right here, on the 26th of October of 23, right? So just under 2 years ago. It was within 2 weeks that phone call where Donna Adelson talks about Vietnam and China and other places. I just have to make sure about there's no extradition. That's bad. And that's going to be, if the jury hasn't heard enough to get them there, by that I mean guilty, before that comes in, that may be just enough. That phone call may be just enough. And then, of course, the arrest takes place on the jetway as she's about to wing her way to Vietnam. One-way ticket. I know they had to stop somewhere. I keep forgetting whether it was Amsterdam or Denmark. But I guess even from Miami, you can't get a total nonstop flight to Vietnam. You gotta stop somewhere along the way. So key pieces of information. The bump is unbelievable. Michael Easter, of course, was on, retired FBI guy. He was on with us a few days ago. And we've got a couple of bites, as I call them, from his appearance that talk about some very specific things, the undercover process. You ever want to be an undercover agent? I'm not sure you do. In this case, bumping Donna Adelson, probably not the most dangerous job, but that job in and of itself, it could get you killed. And it takes a bit of an actor, right? And so Michael Easter's talking about the whole audition process, right? They effectively have, people they know that are undercover, but who's right for the role? So that's fascinating. And the bump is going to be a key part of this case. So keep that in mind as you look at that. And when you get a chance, we got a whole playlist of Adelson material. Go back and look at the different little tidbits. Oh, wait a minute. Now Miss is going to get mad because I think I posted something from that longer interview last night, this morning, and I forgot to put it on the playlist. It's all very complicated for somebody like me, but I'll go back and make sure that's on the playlist. And that one has to do with, what was he talking about in that one? It was so riveting, I've totally forgotten. He was talking about, cops, and how some people kind of, it's sometimes you can't get away from the smell of being a cop. I'll use that phrase. And he talks about this interesting back and forth where he will see people he knows are criminals, gang members, at a restaurant. And he can tell they know he's a cop. He's FBI at the time. And it's a very interesting dynamic. It's almost like some of those movies you might see where the good guys and the bad guys are coexisting, in a not in the middle of a shootout or a crime being committed and caught, but just like, the head nod, like, yeah, I know you're a scumbag criminal, and the criminal's like, yeah, I know you're a sleazy cop. Fascinating. So when you get a chance, that's it'll be on the playlist. It's there now, but not marked as on the playlist. I'll try and fix that. So, what are you most concerned about with this trial? If you're so concerned that you want Donna Adelson convicted, let's go with that. What concerns you most? What do you think is the biggest weakness in the case? What do you think is something that the jury might not buy? I know that in general our audience pretty well decided who they are, what they want, right? But there's always weaknesses in a case, and this is not a slam dunk. So if you got some thoughts about that, please share. I will share with our audience, and we can chat about that. I love reading some of these notes. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it. This is how's my hair look? This is far too early. My hair doesn't normally get up this early. I am the typical late morning, late night guy. I can't remember the last time I went to bed before 1 a.m. It's just that's my clock. That's my body clock, right? Okay, there. Yeah. So can you fix it for me, or do I have to fix that, Missy? I think there's a certain tab I have to hit when I'm loading it to YouTube. Can you do that retroactively? Hopefully you can. I will tell you, it's the last one that was loaded. I'm sure of that. Okay, let's see. Here we go. This clears up my memory loss. Kathleen, Donna and Harvey were supposed to fly from Miami to Dubai. Okay, and then on to Vietnam. And it was somewhere over there. And of course, as we know, that was derailed. Apparently, not only did they have the audio of her talking about it, and that audio call, which we went through, I think it was yesterday, might have been the day before, was a total mistake because Donna had called Charlie. 8 minutes into the call, it cuts out, but she doesn't know that because she didn't hang up, that the connection still exists. So she's having a conversation with Harvey, who you can't really hear much, but he's in the background. You hear a few things. But it's a conversation about Wendy, for the most part, and how mad Mom, Donna, is because Wendy has not been talking to Charlie. Remember, this is just after Charlie's convicted. So he's, I've never been convicted. I'm guessing it's far different from waiting on trial in local jail, and now you're in the big house. And so he's freaking out, and Donna's mad because Wendy hasn't reached out and checked in on her brother. So there's this back and forth where Donna's reading the text back and forth between them, how Donna is shocked at Wendy, and Wendy's texts sound like somebody who just spent some time, I don't know, writing a book. They're just, you could just tell there's a purpose in the way she's written them, and they all are, I'm innocent, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. That's kind of the way she writes these texts, and it's too bad for Charlie. I had nothing to do with that. And that leads to this conversation about, well, Wendy, we need to talk to you about something other than the case. It's not about the case. It's about other business. Well, the other business is the travel arrangements and a visa and all these things that they believe Wendy will be able to help them with before they get on the plane. They even talk at one point, I've only heard this a couple of times, I should listen to it again. They reference Dan, who's Daniel Rashbaum, who is Charlie's attorney, as if he's giving them some sort of travel advice. And it made it sound like they felt they had a limited time to flee. That's what it sounded like to me. Listen to it again. We'll hear it in this trial for sure. But if you get a chance, listen to that and see if you're picking up what I'm picking up, which makes it sound like we have only a certain amount of time if we can make it, if we can do it. I don't know. But that would be a whole different wrinkle if the attorney for Charlie is in some way aiding and abetting the Adelsons, Harvey and Donna, because obviously Harvey was on the plane as well. He tried watch for this when you see the body cam. Harvey tries to kind of put himself in her position. Take me, please take me. Denies the motion for Adelson to move the trial. What a shocker. Thanks, Oasis Cat. And Matt Hoffman, opening statements and the start of testimony. Yes, that's where we are right now. Did anybody, show of hands, anybody think this was going to be moved at this late period? No. In fact, if you believe prospective jurors, I know I sound so cynical all the time. If you believe them, a lot of them didn't know much. I think Stephen Everett is ready to do something very important. So let's go into court, and I will hang out with you. I can't wait till we actually get audio. I love the talkies. I'm not a fan of silent movies. So I'm guessing that Donna Adelson is wearing those earphones to.
Can be seated.
Good
morning, members of the jury. Thank you. Everyone recalled. Good job. Juror number one, how did I do on the snugs? You're welcome. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions as to how the trial will take place and also an instruction on note taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see. For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad. After I've given you these two instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific, and it is to be uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks But even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? You may proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Baden Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Wendy and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendy Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life and Charlie Adelson's life depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch, and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, "Well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief." And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Baden Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light colored Prius at a bank drive-through and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanwa. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanwa have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanwa. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanwa is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanwa was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a third way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanwa all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanwa got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanwa's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanwa's account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanwa to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanwa didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanwa every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanwa, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanwa, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine Magbanwa, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanwa act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and Magbanwa are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine Magbanwa at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since Magbanwa. And Charlie Adelson and Magbanwa, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, And he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail? Or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, "My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend?" He's had a lot. He never asked that, because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use, because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, What does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magbanwa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine Magbanwa, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magbanwa. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Magbanwa about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing, and we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives Magbanwa very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Magbanwa the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed. and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, "So help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend." And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanwa then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanwa to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, he gives her they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanwa then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanwa was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanwa, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanwa assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanwa brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanwa the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanwa was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanwa in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanwa's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanwa's trial, Catherine Magbanwa took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitmen directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanwa. That Catherine Magbanwa was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanwa finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanwa testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanwa said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanwa agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanwa then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanwa says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanwa said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanwa, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanwa to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the US, as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam. And she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel. After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanwa told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case, but when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanwa, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right, briefly approach.
Okay, I had that at about 55 minutes. Pretty darn good. I think most people's reactions are similar. Some surprise that it wasn't co-counsel, lead counsel, Kappelman, but these two worked together. They did the last trial against Charlie, and they know what they're doing. So I defer to their expertise. Thanks to Joey Kane. Not just one gift to Just to Serve TV membership, but yet another. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, of course. And did I hear that you're going to go down there to this trial? Did I hear that? I thought I heard that. Anyway, 55 minutes, a little longer than I think they had originally suggested, but certainly concise. There's a lot of moving pieces in this. Imagine having, and maybe for some folks this is the truth, you haven't heard a thing about this case. You're like this jury. You've heard a sentence or two leading up to your jury service, and now, this is the roadmap. The opening statement is not an argument, remember, it's just a statement of what the evidence will show. And I think she did a good job, Ms. Dugan, of never having, I always use that phrase to kind of get me out of trouble. The evidence will show.
It gives its opening statement. We are going to take a brief break.
Okay.
Will take you to the jury room.
As we predicted. And so, if you get close, if you're tippy-toeing a little too close to the argument line, just throw in there, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show. And then it kind of helps massage that through. And maybe you don't get an objection. No objections made during this opening statement for good reason. It was clean. It was clean. If you were describing this as a vault or some sort of Olympic gymnast skill, I'd give her, good solid 9. But I'm the kind of person that doesn't think there's any such thing as a 10 in life. So I think she did a great job. Let's talk about some of the high points that she mentioned. Sometimes,
observers need to use the restroom, please do so at this point, so that way when the defense is ready, we can continue moving on seamlessly. We'll resume again at 10:20.
Look at how they've reserved. See those first couple of rows there, which I will investigate more closely when I get there next week. Each side has asked for reserved seating for those supporting one side or the other. The defense side, it's empty. All right. So to me, if there becomes a seating issue, I'm going to be pissed off. And I'm going to point out that all of these empty seats being saved should not be saved. There has to be at least a showing. This is the first day of trial. If you're not going to show up on the first day of trial, when the hell are you going to show up if you're supporting the defendant? So we'll see how that plays out. But this case, as the fourth in its order of trials in the death of Dan Markel, it's been building in terms of interest. And as I've said before, no Brian Kohlberger case has kind of shifted all the focus, boom, to the Donna Adelson case. So a lot of folks who have no clue about it are now getting into it. And that's my point about being able to bang this out in 55 minutes, as Ms. Dugan did, is good. And to give you want signposts, you want roadmaps, you want the story. She used enough of the audiovisual aids to help, but wasn't overwhelming. The key with those is don't put a lot of writing on those. She used a couple of very tight blurbs, but nothing overwhelming. You'll see a lot of attorneys who will use, especially in closings, and sometimes this works if you focus on it, a full instruction, which is just, your mind just starts trying to read everything, and it gets frustrating, and you're listening and you're trying to read. So she did a good job of using just some very simple, what I would call interstitials in the biz, that kind of banner that looked kind of created a 3D effect as some of the points she was making were moving along this roadway. That was kind of the perception I had, that was their idea, kind of create this, literally connecting tissue for the very important parts of the case. So remember the initial part of the case, and we expect again that James Geiger will be one of the first witnesses, if not the first, to begin to tell this story. You can't get to anybody near Donna Adelson until you tell the story, including all of these different subparts, subplots, and players, because it's just so convoluted. I think she did a good job of getting to that final point that says this defendant, Donna Adelson, is here because of all of these building blocks that she was part of. This is like a big Jenga, a legal Jenga. And as long as they can connect all of these parts to the ultimate outcome, that is the shooting death of Dan Markel, then the jury's got a path to follow. That's her job. Her job is to set that path up. So a couple of high points here. I think one of the things that people are going to focus on is this TV. And not just the joke about, hey, I give you a divorce gift. This is from Charlie Adelson to Wendy Adelson. Here's a divorce gift. It was, cheaper than hiring a hitman. Again, I've fully admitted that's a smart ass thing that I would say to somebody. Just, any divorce is contentious. I say that as a hasty generalization. I'm sure there's a few that were relatively clean. But most have some level of contention, right? And there's animosity, and if there are kids involved, there's always a bigger problem. In this case, it really became the issue that led to the death of Dan Markel. There's always going to be that kind of problem. So if you are acknowledging that, you're the brother, you're the supportive brother of the sisters going through this, and he sees how it's affecting her, and he, of course, sides with her, and the ex-husband is the evil man. To say, I was going to hire a hitman, I'm sorry, it doesn't, to me, on its face, make him guilty, right? There were so many other things that did, but that in and of itself, that's just a smart-ass thing that somebody might say. I know he's giving you a hard time, thought I'd try and rub him out, but instead I got you this TV. Okay, so That's part one of the TV issue. Part two is the scheduling of the repair of the TV. Now, in 2014, it probably would be about $5,000 for that TV, give or take. I think it was a 50-incher. Nowadays, a few $100, you can get one. So you don't repair them these days. You throw them out like just a crumpled up piece of paper. Give me a new TV. Back then, maybe you called the Geek Squad, but Donna called the Geek Squad. Donna set up the appointment. She did it a week before the appointment actually needed to take place. Now, I don't think, and I don't recall from any of the prior trials, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was any investigation into the Geek Squad scheduling. For example, if you were to look into the Geek Squad scheduling for that store and find out they had openings every day of the week leading up to the date of the actual scheduling, okay, maybe you've got something there, but maybe it was the schedule of Wendy Adelson that was more important, okay? She was busy during the week. She had all kinds of things going on, and it was this one day, the day that the shooting took place, that was her available date. Don't know if they get into that kind of detail, but if I could learn that the Geek Squad had plenty of openings and that Wendy Adelson had flexibility, that repair could have taken place at any time during the week, that tells me something. Because look, she's got kids, right? I know they're doing this shifting week on, week off stuff. I guarantee you, if she has kids in the 3, 4, 5 age range, you want your TV working, okay? And you're not going to go a full week. Maybe it wasn't her week, but at least Wednesday would be. Remember every time they shifted, it would be the Wednesday would be the other parent's day with the kids. So if it's a Dan Markel week, Wednesday is a Wednesday Wendy. If it's a Wendy week, then Wednesday is a Dan Markel Wednesday. So she'd have the kids at some point during that week, no matter what. She's going to want that TV working. So why do you put off getting it repaired? Maybe you put off getting it repaired because you want it to coincide with the time the shooting is planned with all of these other characters. That's what the prosecution is going to be selling. Is it just coincidence, or was that the perfect alibi because Wendy was there with the Geek Squad? She couldn't possibly have pulled the trigger. Now, that's, of course, very naive because, as we know, you don't have to be the one pulling the trigger to be convicted of murder. Charlie Adelson knows that. Wendy Adelson may someday learn that. Donna Adelson may sooner than the others learn that because the conspiracy brings them all into murder. In Florida, you don't have to pull the trigger. Either it's accomplice liability or it is a conspiracy situation with a felony murder rule component. Okay, so either way gets you the same thing as if you'd pulled the trigger. So that's going to be key. I think look for a lot of focus on that whole series of events that just seemed a little too convenient. I think it's also going to be interesting. Again, I'm thinking of stuff that is specific to this trial that we've not seen in the Charlie trial, we did not see in the Magbanwa or Sigfredo Garcia trials. And that is Donna's impact and motive. Remember, of course, motive not necessary, but she is being painted by the prosecution as the person pulling the strings. She is the one most motivated to get those damn kids down to South Florida, right? There was a point by Ms. Dugan that the court in Tallahassee had decided that the motion to relocate was denied. And she suggested it was done, with finality, which she didn't use the legal phrase, which would be with prejudice. But that's what she was suggesting, that the court had closed that possibility completely, never to be looked at again. I don't think that's true. I think with any family law motion that's granted, it's always subject to review. Always subject to changed circumstances. Now, obviously, the big change circumstance in this case was the death of Dan Markel. But let's assume that didn't happen. They still continue to fight about the relocation. Well, what if one of the parents has a lucrative opportunity in South Florida? Like Wendy's got this amazing job. She's going to make 3 times as much money. The goal for the court in any family law case is what is in the best interest of the child or the children. So if you have dad in the north making X and mom making X. She goes south, can make 3 times X. That may or may not be enough to change the court's mind, but it is a major change in circumstances. And that means that you can revisit it with the court. Go back in and just say, Judge, this is an amazing opportunity for the family, for the kids. We need to move to the south, and we're asking the court to reevaluate the prior decision. Maybe it makes a difference. My point is that it's always reviewable in family court. Changed circumstances always can be the reason the court changes its mind. So, but for the purposes of this case, Ms. Dugan has told this jury that it was a fait accompli. There was no way that the kids were going to get to move south. Well, that's good for the prosecution's case because it suggests the motive is stronger. Hey, if you're told not a chance in hell you will ever be able to move to the south and take your kids to where grandma wants them, motive is obviously increased. So we'll see if the defense attacks that. I would. I mean, to me, because I think it's misleading. I think the jury should know that, no, there was a chance to revisit this, and it wasn't complete. Therefore, grandma kept holding out hope that at some point, yeah, the kids are going to be coming south with the court's blessing. Not, they aren't ever going to get here. How do we kill Dan Markel, which is the prosecution's point. Oh, and so to that point, they're going to have issues with, Donna Adelson ragging on Dan Markel. We know that's coming. We've seen bits and pieces of it. In this case, more than the others, we're going to see a lot. We're going to see a lot of that, where she's calling him all kinds of names, maybe not to the kids, but to at least the parents, her kids, Wendy and Charlie, and perhaps somewhat directly to the kids, but in less graphic terms, because she's a kind of a potty mouth when it comes to her opinions, and especially as it comes down to her thoughts on Dan Markel. It's so weird. You always see exes fighting that way, but for the in-laws to be almost, maybe even more, just venomous about the ex is a little odd. You're always going to support your kid who's that half of the divorce. You're always going to be interested in your grandkids. But, if you believe the prosecution and you're getting a chance to hear all the evidence, Donna was really, it was happening to her. Poor me. This is happening to me. And because of that, we need to fix things. And by that, I mean, how do I find somebody to rub out Dan Markel? I think she did a good job of creating, here are the 3 ways we connect this murder to Donna Adelson. And the one thing she mentioned at the end was the money. The money! This was the third way that she was able to connect the money to them, not almost like the stapling connects these bills together. The one thing I did not do is wash them.
Is any further clarification needed about what was discussed at sidebar? Not at all, Your Honor. All right, very good.
Okay, well, we are back, but we're not back. I think we are back.
We're coming right back in, so it's probably going to be some pop goes the weasel, musical chairs, whatever. You're very
whack-a-mole, Judge. It's whack-a-mole. So the jury's coming back in, and we've been told, we believe it is going to be Tom Petty doing the opening for the defense, which would mirror basically the second chair doing the opening for the prosecution. So we will see if, in fact, it is Miss, I always forget her last name, Fulford, Jackie Fulford. So look at the right side of the screen. See all those seat holders? There's Harvey by himself. Look they invited a lot of empty chairs. That's if that's the way it is day to day, I got a problem, because even if whether it's media, public, warm bodies, those who have a right to be in there should not be foreclosed, because maybe someday there will be a couple extra bodies in there on the defense side of the courtroom. I would like to see the other side a little more clearly. It seems to me there are more people on the the prosecution side, which is not unusual, but how religiously they enforce that seating issue, I could have a problem. Could be a problem with that. So if you were on that jury, what do you think? Would you be impressed with what you heard? Would you, you know, it should sound as good for the prosecution at this very moment than it's ever going to sound, right? So what do you think? I see a lot of comments saying that she did a great job. And it's feeling froggy. Yeah, a little more explanation on the empty rows there. Those rows are reserved because of foul play during Charlie's trial, people being able to see the computer screens. Yeah, well, we talked about that, and that was supposed to have been cleared up prior to the openings here. But it's I don't give a rip what the reason is. It's wrong. You know, that's a weird accommodation. There are other ways to fix that than to foreclose people sitting in the courtroom. You know, either put...
Wrangling the bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
Are we trying to orchestrate potty room breaks? Comfort breaks? Yeah, either you've got to... I know that Ms. Fulford said, my eyes are bad, so the text is going to be big on my computer screen. That means people back here are going to be able to see. Too bad! Arrange around it. Don't foreclose the public's right to be in that courtroom because you got bad eyes or because you don't have the orientation you need to prevent disclosing things to people you don't want to have see it. There are screens. Usually they prevent, you know, the looking across at a computer, meaning you have to look straight at it to see anything, right? The peripheral can be screened out. But if you're right behind this person, yeah, you're going to see her giant text. I'm sorry. Figure it out. That's not the public's problem. And it's really not even the court's problem. So that is a horrible reason to do that. I heard that it was because the prosecution had the first two rows laid out. There's Mr. Markel. And the first two rows were blocked off for the prosecution. And so the defense said, well, we want the first two rows as well. That's why the rows are blocked off. And again, unless they can prove some need to really have those seats, they better be freed up. That's all I'm telling you. It's just not appropriate. Let's see what else we got that was interesting. Obviously, the bump is huge. You know, and I think Dugan did a great job of putting in perspective that timeline, that here we are, April 2016. You know, if nothing's happened at this point and you are involved somehow in the death of Dan Markel from 2 years earlier, you know, you're starting to breathe a little easier, right? And that's why law enforcement, specifically the FBI, and we're going to hear from Mr. Sanford, who orchestrated this, they said, what do we do? We got to stir the pot here. In fact, that was a phrase I think that Charlie Adelson used when talking to Catherine Magbanwa at the Dolce Vita, which is the restaurant that they were followed into, and they had that, you know, horrible audio, but you can make it out. You can make it out. Anyway, so that worked. I mean, they had the bump. That led to the calls. That led to emails and texts back and forth between the undercover and the Adelson clan, and it reignited the case. And as she pointed out, nobody had been arrested at that point. So it's not like those who were in the clear at that point, the Adelson gang, was thinking, well, they already got Sigfredo Garcia and they've got this Luis Rivera, so we're good. Nobody had been arrested at the point they did the bump. Nobody had been publicly acknowledged as a suspect. So it wasn't like they could feel like, the target's off our backs. They were thinking they don't know anything about anything. But in fact, at that point, they did. They already had the chief suspects. They had the shooter. They had the shooter's helper. They had the shooter's helpers and the shooter's girlfriend. Jury coming back in. Let's all stand up. Hey, name tags, all those name tags, please stand up because you have seating there in the courtroom. Oh, I can't read them. I'm sure, does it say family only? Does it say defense? Anybody read that? Anybody zoom in on those those name cards? They look like something big is written on them. So anyway, when they did the bump, nobody was in jail. Nobody was convicted. Nobody was even publicly a suspect or arrested. So the bump is worked so well and was so important. Here we go.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, counsel. Good morning. My name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old-fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour, you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happen. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your minds. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendy moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens to divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. and a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books, she kept the books, she greeted patients, she got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Clearly. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
You don't have time for
Steve
electronics.
told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is a surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanwa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and how that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed, and they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money, it's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. Zellman, if you could take down the easels at this time. Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls James Geiger.
All right, so a snappy 21 minutes there. What do you think about Tom Petty? I know I saw Missy with the snide comment. I've never seen that before, that she was free-falling. I don't think she was horrible. I think she's kind of folksy. I preferred her actually to Mr. Zellman because he's I think she used to be a judge. She's been an attorney for a long time. I don't think it was horrible. I do think the audio-visual aids were a little hokey. I couldn't see it all that well, but I wasn't quite sure I was following all of the arrows and the. But anyway, she's not comfortable with the electronics. I get that. So back once again, as we predicted and expected, James Geiger, the neighbor who really
Right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you
sets the
swear
tone.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine the direction.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122 Trescott.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now. I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024. 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And
All right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
If we could publish states 1, please. All right, sir. So if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please. What we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here. If that's of any assistance to you, push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Baden Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Baton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
Okay, so out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it. And it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4, and I'll draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish State 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish State 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection to States 4.
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize States 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce States 5 here? No objection.
States 5 is admitted.
Publishing States 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child and then later a second child.
All right, and at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendy, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendy had left, and after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe, but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
What's your emergency? It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive. Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Trescott Drive, T. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 8502. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's window was shattered, and he's spattered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know if the address is next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with it?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211 2116.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer,
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination for Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir. Is he released from his subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
The guy's a star, I tell you.
Your next witness.
State calls David Sims.
Please approach.
I noticed Mr. Geiger got a little more dapper this time around. He threw the sport coat on. Maybe he realized this was going to be bigger than the last time he testified, but virtually the same. I mean, not a bit of difference. All those signs there, thanks to Sherry Schreiber, they say reserve LCSO, which is Leon County Sheriff's Office, I'm assuming. But so what? That's interesting because you might expect to see that on the other side for the prosecution because the law enforcement, prosecution, they're all on the same side. But that's the way they have to block off the seat. So if the defense wants a couple of rows, they're going to put the same sign on them that they would on the other side. Except that these are completely empty, except for Harvey Adelson, who is sitting there all by himself. It's going to be a long couple of weeks for Harvey. So anyway, there was something. Let's see. Well, they're doing something on the side. Let me see if I can show you
Please
this.
raise your right hand to be sworn.
Oh, I guess not. We're going to get right back into it.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth. You may take your seat. Please speak
This
loudly
guy
and clearly for the jurors.
was not one of the early witnesses last time, as I
Sir,
recall.
please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, SIMS,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
Okay. And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes.
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out, so I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene.
Yes.
And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
All right. I'm gonna publish states 7, please. It's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being opened, right?
correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehitle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said Daniel again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car. I
Let me
removed
pause you there and approach and show you what I marked as states 8 through 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce states 8 through 10. No objection.
States 8 through 10.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, And was this void, large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I
the
reached
car.
in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and went entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I
to
could hear
assist?
them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
Okay, and were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, I when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there and pulled it out and set it on the ground so they can make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
Okay. And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not in
there?
my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, we're right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the
That
eyeglasses?
was in his left hand.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple other officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, a robbery?
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
This
Yes.
witness is released, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please call your next witness.
Joanne Maltese.
Now, Joanne Maltese was called last time, but she was called right after James Geiger. And so Mr. Sims, I was trying to see when he came in because it would make sense that he did. He didn't add a whole lot to the mix, nothing that we aren't going to hear from Ms. Maltese, but I haven't confirmed when he testified last time. Anyway, so first responders, obviously very important. And you noticed they had the discussion about when 911 was called and when, rescue came, not the first responders, but the EMT type first responders. I said it was 19 minutes. I think they just said it was 14. I believe it really was 19 minutes from the point the 911 call was made. And what impact that may have had on the ability to save Dan Markel, we'll never know. But it just pisses you off that emergency response could be so late, so confused that they didn't get there.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Looks like she's a retired first responder too.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law
No,
enforcement?
I am retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed there?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes.
As part of your job, did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please. Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what I've marked as states 121 and 122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are those the two halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in evidence states 122 and 123.
Any objection? States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
Showing you 123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 123 and 124 are admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
What were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. It'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 25. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right, and did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, so based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay, any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Publish state 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 126 is admitted.
I publish.
Right.
And the glass evidence, is that consistent with the gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please. Publish 19. Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right, and did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 22 through 24. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, states exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes. Yes.
Publish the next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to be the unburnt gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity, and it will tattoo or stain the skin.
States exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Okay, I hear that my volume has been very high, so I'm going to whisper until I know that it's been fixed and reduced. Obviously,
Call
Donna
the next
Adelson.
witness.
State calls Dr. Clark.
Dr. Clark is the ME. He's coming. And Mr. Sims did testify. He was so quick. I missed him the last time around. But he was the number 2 witness. So far, we're following an exact order that we've gotten used to. And if that holds true, after the ME, here comes the bearded one, we're going to hear from the FBI and then Wendy Adelson. That was the order the last time. And so far, we're following it person for person.
Dr.
Is my
Clark,
volume
please
better
raise your
now?
right
Did
hand,
that work
sir.
out all right? Okay.
Do
Let
you
me know.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Thank you. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, Clark.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
It was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Routine West States 25 through 34. Take a moment to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence states 25 through 34, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Publish 25, please.
Before you publish, if the parties can briefly approach.
Same doctor, beard is a touch longer. That's about it. Obviously, for obvious reasons, these autopsy photos will not be shown. We did see from the prior witness a couple of the photos where it was just an arm or a leg and appendage, and they were fast. So these are going to be much more grueling and specific, but I'm sure the court has limited what needs to be shown, and the prosecution, beyond showing that Dan Markel was killed and some level of the violence or brutality, they don't need to dwell on this. There's no reason to. They need to lay the foundation, but they don't need to make it a horror show that you might in some other cases where there's a dispute over the cause of death or the people involved in the actual murder. Not the case here. So, and this guy, I think he said, Dr. Clark said he'd done 8,000 autopsies. I always stack those up against Dr. Michael Baden, who we kind of know, who's done 20,000 or more autopsies. So 8's a good start, doctor. It's a good start. And really is, in terms of those we've heard in other cases, 8,000 pretty good too, just giving him a hard time. And, he did have some, he went to that little school, MIT, for his Bachelor of Science, and he went on to med school from there. So, he's earned his stripes, right?
A brief break before we continue with the examination of Dr. Clark. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
So I don't know if this is a designed break or something has come up in the context of this witness's testimony. What do you think about Donna Adelson's emotional reaction? Do you think it's legit? Do you think it's put on? I think it looks legit. This is her son-in-law, who she, is now accused of being instrumental in the murder of. But what do you think? Do you think that she's just, acting?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
Okay, there's the official potty break. So she's not, I was trying to see real quickly, it doesn't look like she has any cuffs or shackles of any kind on at the moment, which would be appropriate, of course. And Sherry, who told me what the signs are that are on the wide open first couple of rows, ones that say Leon County Sheriff's reserved Leon County Sheriff's Office. Maybe I'll be in one of those seats. Maybe I'll have to, if they've filled up all the other seats, I'm definitely going to be saying, well, what the hell? Clearly, we don't need those seats saved for the duration of the trial for people that ain't going to show up. So we'll see. Hopefully it won't become that big a deal. But certainly this trial, as the fourth in order, is as popular, if not more so, than the others have been. I say popular in the weird context of true crime. Something happened during the openings for both of, I want to get to the witnesses we've heard from and expect to hear from the rest of today. But both the prosecution, Ms. Dugan, and the defense, Ms. Fulford, they had issues with bugs, a particular fly. And I couldn't help, let me see if I can bring this up here. I couldn't help but think of a certain book written by a very experienced bug specialist. Let me see if I can find it here. Can I add that to the stage or not? Let me see. I have to, there's something else I have to take off or something. I'm not sure how this is working. Let me see if I can do it this way. I don't know. No, it says I have to remove something from the stage. I don't want to, I just want to show this real quick here, Missy. Can we lose the court logo? Just keep an eye on it for a second while I take a look at this little picture. Yeah, thank you. Fly for the prosecution. Dun, dun, dun. Anybody ever heard of this book? It's an amazing book by Dr. Lee Goff, who's kind of the godfather of insectology. You know how they use bugs now to determine the length of time somebody has died to try to create the timeline. In fact, they just used it in, gosh, it's so bad when there's so many body parts cases. Oh, the case down in the Doug Weinstein case that we just finished watching, the Casotas case, where he's found guilty in the death and dismemberment of his wife, and body parts have been scattered around. So they called in their bug guy, and he was, by looking at larvae, he came up with a timeline for how long the body parts in these different locations had been left. So this guy was the grandfather, though. I interviewed him just many years ago. He lives in Hawaii now, and he's the guy that came up with using bug larvae, fly larvae, and temperature variance and other variables to try to plot out a time of death. So I couldn't help myself when I heard both of them talk about they're having a bit of a problem with a fly. That was the fly I thought of. So just my weirdness. Okay, so let's talk real quickly about the witnesses that we have seen so far, because they are exactly as they played out in Charlie's case a year ago. We have James Geiger, just what an amazing witness. He was the 911 caller. Then we have that issue with the delay to the scene, which I'm still annoyed by. David Sims comes in. He's retired at Tallahassee PD. He's the first on the scene. He's there before the EMTs. Okay, so he's talking about the whole thing. I think it's such a visual that both he, David Sims, and also Joanne Maltese have talked about, and that was the eyeglasses. How they were basically split in half, and one half was one place, one half was the other. It appears, as we recall from the other testimony, that Dan Markel, he's on the phone. He's on the phone this way. I'm sorry, they found the phone in his left hand. He's on the phone, and he whatever's going on here, he senses, and he turns that way, and then he kind of instinctually puts his hand up to protect himself, and he's effectively shot between the eyes. And so that would explain why the glasses were literally in two pieces, one outside the car, one inside the car. Those kinds of details are just so vivid, even if you don't see any photos. And thank God we're not seeing those photos. But it just tells you so much about how this played out. That's right. Domino agrees entirely. So, and you notice there's been no cross-examination of these first few witnesses, because why? These are all foundational facts. Everybody understands. Nobody's disputing. So we had Joanne Maltese on there. She is, again, retired. 8 years she was with the, 8 years ago she retired. She was with Tallahassee PD. So she mentions the lenses. She mentions the wallet, which was in the glove box, which makes sense. Domino. I have a feeling that, I see what's happening. Mom's home. So anyway, if I can make it through this without having to go and help. Anyway, they had the wallet was in the glove box because he was in the gym, working out at the gym. Not uncommon. You don't take your wallet into the gym, leave it laying around. So he put it in the glove box while you go in and work out. He's at the Premier Gym. That's where he was coming back from when he was killed. And again, no cross of that witness. So with Dr. Clark, it's really a question of whether or not this break is happening because they need to adjust something being used in the context of his testimony, or the court. It just seems like a weird time to take a break, unless the court's just like, okay, it's it's 11:45. Let's take a break. We now have two dogs here. Butters. This is Butters. There goes Butters right there. Bye, Butters. There you go. It's like a zoo here. So, so we'll get back into his testimony when he comes back. And then the question is, are we going to continue with, as they did in the last case, Charlie's trial a year ago, will it be the FBI agent who lays the groundwork? It was his case. He was not just one of the boys. He was the guy. And if he comes along as the next witness, that could take a while, but that doesn't mean we won't get to, again, if they're following the Charlie Adelson roadmap, after Patrick Sanford, we could get to Wendy Adelson today. I think it would be a much better cliffhanger if, she's teased going into Monday, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens, because the way things they're zooming along here, we have to assume the good doctor will be done, and then maybe they'll do lunch then. Hello. And then I'm on, and so are you. Then we'll have the lunch, and then we have the FBI guy after lunch, and then maybe we're done. Wendy's got to come in from Texas, or I've heard she has a PO box in Colorado but really lives in Texas. I don't know where she is, but we know she's coming in from out of town, and maybe with the scheduling as it's been kind of herky-jerky and up and down, maybe she's here or there. Maybe she's still home. Maybe she's traveling this weekend because she was led to believe she wouldn't be needed till Monday. I don't know. Those things are to be determined. So there's hey, people are saying Oasis Cat said hello, Lisa. That was nice. So anyway, So Dr. Clark, I know there was a question. I think Diz said, "Does that guy have that beard?" That ain't a 1-year beard. I'll tell you that. That's a few years in the lab beard. We heard the first reference from Joanne Maltese to the liquor bottle and ABC liquor, because this is going to become it's much more germane to anything that ever happens to Wendy Adelson, but it reflects badly on her because her story is some friends were having a stock the bar party, which I fully endorse now that I know what they are, and she was going to ABC Liquor to get her gift for this stock the bar party. This was the morning of the day of the shooting. She cuts through on Trescott because for her, that's just the way she knows how to go. It's the easiest way to get there, in her opinion. It turns out, and I'm gonna suss this out when I get there, that it's not so much the easiest way to get there. That she was only going that way because she wanted to kind of confirm the plan had actually been carried out that morning, and that in fact Trescott was clogged up with rescue vehicles and cops, and so she technically could not cut through as she had planned. But was she really just cutting through because that's all she knows? Or was she looking to see if the job had been done? And I looked at her book, and I'm trying to find this reference because I thought it was very interesting. In her, again, this is the book that it's all fiction having to do with immigration and other things. There, I think that's her on the front. I really do think that's her picture. She talks about in this book, her character Lily has horrible sense of direction. And that sounds like her testimony. When she gets on the stand, that's what she's going to tell you. She's going to say that the reason she came up with that cut through Trescott plan was my sense of direction is horrible. And so I go how I know. And that cut through is that's the way I have to do it. So her character Lily also has problems with her sense of direction. So this book, I know there are many other of those crossovers, which is what makes this book interesting. The book itself, I'm not sure it's my cup of tea, but it was required reading. Required reading if you're a freshman. And I looked at the numbers, I was way off on that. Only about 6,000 first year freshmen back in that time period, 2013, 2014. But still, that means, hey, I just sold 6,000 books. Better than a kick in the teeth. As an author, that's not a horrible sale. So beyond that, don't know if she sold any more books or not. Got me though. I think those are well past any sort of royalties on the secondhand market here. Man, Oasis Cat, you believe this is based on her life? Well, what do they say about authors? You write what you know. There's just a lot of crossover in here that makes it more, autobiographical than fiction. So we'll find bits and pieces of that as this trial continues, I'm sure. Okay, did everybody have a comfort break? Everybody feel better? Everybody loaded up on snacks, juices, and whatever other accoutrement you need? Yeah, I think, Missy, you're right. I need to get some melancholy type music, some sad music. I'm also looking for some generic soap opera music because this is As the Adelsons Turn on One Another. Just some organ sounding. I'll look for some of that. I got to find that. Okay. Standing up generally means I really have to go to the bathroom or the jury's coming back. So Maura said she'll listen to the book here. We're going to have a reading. We should have a book club. Make a note of that. Just for true crime stories and stuff. This is obviously has a very specific purpose and connection to this case, but there are some great true crime books out there. We should work on that.
You may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. All right, explain what we're looking at in states 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up, etc. So we do X-rays, and this is an X-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side, and these really bright spots here and here are the that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The X-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here, and here.
Published states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side, right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here that's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report. And this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you'd like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes, and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are small. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to fall out, to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder. We'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side, neck, and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am. Or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that this pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here because of where the bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted. It's not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes an irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning and unburnt gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburnt gunpowder. It actually it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see the stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired?
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm. And what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time. And most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing. And the soot, the stippling is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have a space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. And soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
Right. And you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as
Is everybody buffering, or am I just the only bufferee? I see that Miss.
that's the
Okay.
order of the shots that were fired in this case?
Thank you.
Do you have an opinion as to, and that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
Is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. If you will publish 33, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we place these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor. And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This
Would
is
you be able to turn it? Upper left, maybe. Again. Thank you. What
this
does
is
it
the
show?
bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. On the x-ray is getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we take one picture or aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Got gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Dr. Clark.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay, we'll hang for a little bit here to see if they have some sort of housekeeping to handle. Maybe they'll talk about the schedule for the afternoon, because if we follow the script, we should have the FBI agent coming on next. And I think he makes a number of appearances, as I recall, for various, because he's involved in the bump. He's involved in everything that the FBI did. So this particular portion.
We go on the recess break this afternoon. I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point. Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
Damn it. Okay, I thought he might give us a little clue. Here's what I'm thinking. If Wendy Adelson is one of the witnesses, would you have her and 2 others to get through? Would you have her and FBI guy Sanford? Would that work? I don't know. That sounds kind of aggressive to me. So it could be they've stacked up a couple of others to get through the afternoon today with, I know this sounds like me wishful thinking, and then Wendy on Monday. But we'll see. We'll see. The doctor's, basically a done deal. And so, and again, no cross. And so the question then is, okay, if we have Patrick Sanford coming next, the FBI guy, he's going to take a little bit time. He'll talk about the surveillance footage. He's going to talk about the suspect's car following Dan Markel from Premier Gym to home where the shooting took place. That's his part of the testimony for today, I believe. And so that's, it's somewhat limited. So we'll see what happens. They have a couple other folks stacked up, or will it be Wendy and somebody else? I do not know. The suspense is killing me. So Anthony Clark, there's sometimes things that, depending on what your job is, you get desensitized, you get, your own lingo, you live in a world nobody else lives in. Well, when you're, you cut up bodies for a living, you're desensitized to that. So he's talking about the 2 bullet wounds. One of them, I think he phrased it as not the clean circle that you'd like to see, not the nice little circle you'd like to see. And as to the first one, it had, quote, a nice little round hole. That was the one that was literally between the eyes, and then the one to the left cheek. He doesn't suggest which one was first because he really can't tell, but the one that caused the most brain damage was the one that he said caused the death. And of course, homicide is the medical term, not the legal term. And it just means, the taking of another life by a human. So it's a little more vague. It doesn't quite track the criminal element as a homicide, but not a doubt here that was the manner or mechanism of death. Cause of death was the gunshot wound to the head, or 2 gunshot wounds to the head. So no surprise there too that he's not cross-examined. So there's a couple other notes I made on his testimony I thought was interesting. I do think that he described the injuries as, quote, not survivable because, as I suggested, the EMTs were late on the scene. Probably would not have mattered. According to his testimony, would not have mattered. The brain injury was, quote, pretty devastating, which as it was intended. So, yeah. So let's talk about the admonition that the court just gave to everybody, but specifically to Donna Adelson. Don't get emotional here. So I don't know. I haven't really seen a lot of comments on whether or not you believe her emotion was legit or for affect or effect. What do you think? It looked to me legit. I don't know. So now she's been told. I think she got more emotional when she was told, "Don't get emotional." Didn't it look like she got a little more weepy? And so it makes you wonder: is she a great actress, or is she, even at this point in time, even from the seat she's in, defendant in the alleged murder of the man she's seeing these pictures of? That it was her daughter's husband, and I said horrible things about this guy, and I said horrible things about him to both my daughter and to my grandkids. So yeah, I know I see some people saying, well, she's crying for herself. Well, that could be. You're sitting there and you're going, how in the hell is a jury not going to find me guilty? Right? How am I going to get out of this? Boo-hoo for me. That's possible. So whatever the motivation is, it does to me look like the tears are legit. Not like, and I'm using this as a segue, not like the apparent flood of tissues that we saw from Wendy Adelson during her police interview. And I mentioned that because I'm going to run some of that now so I can go and bop around and get a couple things done and get ready for the afternoon as we get back at 1:15. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sherry Schreiber. Not only is Sherry the one that can tell me what was on the back of those signs in the courtroom, but new members. So we appreciate that. We'll try to do you proud. So, whoops, let me get in here. And I see some interesting feedback to my just kind of off the cuff comment about a book club. I think that would be fun. So, Missy, put that on our list of things that we're promising and hope to deliver. Might be a great thing for members, right? Because we need to do things for members because we appreciate and respect the members. We love everybody, love the subs as well. But if you're going to take that extra step to be a member, we want to give you something. And then maybe the book club is one thing that we can do. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. As everybody goes off for their snacks, what better way to enjoy a snack than watching Wendy Adelson in her police interview? This was just hours. This is I'm going to pick it up at about 5:15. For those who have been following along, we were doing a couple of episodes with Jane, the friend who came and helped Wendy. She was really the second tier friend. Lynn was sent to pick up the kids. Who else do I have? Who else can come here? Oh, Jane. Okay. Jane is a character. So we're going to pick up with where Jane is still in the room, and the interview with Wendy Adelson continues. The victim's advocate will be on the far left of the screen. In fact, hey, doofus, why don't you put that up instead of talking about it? I think I have to remove, Missy, I can remove the, I'll let you do it. I don't want to do it. I'll have you. There you go. Thank you so much. It's a high-tech operation here. I'm just trying. My goal is on a daily basis, just don't screw things up. Okay, so here we have, where to go? Here we go. There's let me give you the adult size version. Come on. There you go. So we'll roll this. I'll go get some stuff done, give you guys a break, and then we will reconvene before they go back to getting their thing done for the day. I got to double check, make sure there's sound.
They found John.
Is there?
Interestingly, they found John's cell phone number.
They found me eating lunch. I don't know how that happened. I'm fascinated.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they called my husband's cell phone, and he was like, here she is. Talk to her. And they said, you needed me at the police department, so I came.
I shall
It was not a.
What did you think I needed you for?
I wasn't thinking it was good news, but I didn't, my thought was that Danny had probably assaulted you. That was my thought.
I think that was Lisa's thought when she's like, I heard there was a shot on Trescott. So I hope you're okay.
So that.
The realtor.
Yeah.
So that was my, but this scenario, which is now not seeming real to me, didn't seem like was not what I thought.
I just keep picturing the kids.
Right. no. So there's no point in doing that. Don't do that. So
When Lynn gets here, I'm gonna just ask her to take the kids to her house. Would that be
Instead of my
unreasonable?
house?
I think
Wouldn't that
that's
be
much
more
better.
reasonable?
Is that better? She has a TV. They can
Yeah,
watch TV.
yeah,
I know, but
Yes.
they've been there before.
A
Yeah.
bunch.
Yeah,
they're
take them
very
there.
comfortable there.
Do they
Take them
have
there.
children of their own?
They've got 4 kids. They're grown, but
Take
Okay.
them there. Take them
okay,
there.
yeah,
Because,
I'm gonna go make sure that I don't miss her.
okay.
thank you.
Lynn Grossman, right?
Mhm. This is Sarah, by the way.
Hi, sir. Are you a victim advocate?
I am. I said you used to be a victim advocate. Was I
That's
right?
not true. Yeah, I've done lots of stuff like that.
I
but-
recognize your name, and then she explained.
What's your last name?
Latour. I've only been here about 2.5 years.
I am losing my shit.
Well, that would be appropriate. I think you should do that. I think if you don't do that, that's
Jane,
not right.
Who would have done this?
I have just
And
one
are they
idea.
going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next?
Is Jeff this much of a lunatic?
I don't even think of Jeff. I hope to God not.
May I ask who Jeff is?
Yeah, of
I
course.
think you should. I think Wendy's been seeing a guy called Jeff.
Who's a friend of Jane's. And
who's jealous.
Yeah.
Are you still currently seeing him, or just something you kind of
Well,
let taper off?
it's been a bad week.
Okay.
Yeah, Jane and I actually went for a walk together Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, early this week.
Earlier this week. But you've taken a 1 week break from
I took
Jeff.
a 1 week break from communication with Jeff to figure out what to do.
Okay.
Because we've been dating for like
A year.
9 months, like 10 months a year.
And when you use the word dating to you, that's my boyfriend, or is it more of just dating, like the casual? Okay.
No, like, he was my boyfriend and involved with the kids, and I mean, yeah. And we had kind of a fight recently, and he's been trying to get back together, and I didn't know if I wanted to, and so he actually, the morning that I gave that talk, my boys were there and Jeff was watching them, so I could give the talk. Like he's, Jane, do you think I have to tell them about him?
I think you
guess?
have to tell them about him because that is the only,
God forbid.
the only thing that I can imagine related to you, related to Danny. would be
The only
Jeff.
thing I could come up with was like his girlfriend Amy is recently divorced, separated, not really divorced. Like,
Sure. So
what if-
either of those people.
like the jealous boyfriend types, like what if the ex-husband?
Right, totally. And you know that this divorce has been very stressful, and Jeff has been very stressed out by the stressfulness of your divorce. You know,
I mean, I'll tell them this, right? Like, can you tell them?
And when investigator Isom comes back, you guys can just, say, and he'll ask all the questions that investigators ask that I don't think of very often because I'm a victim advocate and I don't think of
right,
things.
but I think you do have to tell about him.
I wasn't
You weren't
not
thinking
telling
of him.
on purpose.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I wasn't thinking of it. I just kept thinking like, who in the world?
Is he
Which he
someone
was-
that has, access to?
He's a professor of social work.
Okay.
He's
All right.
former military,
Yeah.
but I mean,
But he's
you
not.
don't think about this guy as like, oh, there's the kind of guy.
Right.
I mean, I would more just as like say that maybe you did this.
Right.
It's just relationally, he's jealous.
Right.
Something is bad. This and that. I'm
Something is bad.
I'm
Yeah.
just assuming that this isn't true for the moment, but I guess that's not so.
And you have to look at it this way, telling them this, if anything, will help them disqualify Jeff.
Right. That's
Yeah.
important to do.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to give them his number?
I don't. I mean,
So we
I
can-
mean, I can give them.
They have
I
my
give them
phone, so-
they certainly have a ton of stuff from him. So I Googled Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here.
You're
So
welcome.
you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
Just that, police investigate shooting on Trescott Drive.
And it's on the news.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places and they can't really stop them from being
Oh,
outside.
how often is there a shooting in like northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Trescott Drive,
On
not so
Trescott?
often.
This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Like, did he call 911?
A neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
the family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car. You can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house.
Yeah. And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive. It must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked off for a while.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough. I mean. A lot of people use that as like a drive-through.
Now, this other people obviously knew about this. Danny did show up places today.
I don't know that he had anywhere to show up today. Did he? Like, did you know? Because like it's summertime, he works from home, right?
Right, but there are people. But imagine if any of us fall off the grid from 11 o'clock this morning. Any colleagues?
That had a meeting or whatever.
Right,
yeah.
all of the stuff he does over phone.
Right. Well, he and I were supposed to talk about where Ben was going to school. And it was very unlike him that I was the one who had to call him. So like he called early this morning. I had a repair guy at the house. And he called early this morning and I left a message and then I called him back. I have the phone record. He called at like 9. And he told me he went to Premiere. So he says, I don't know, like, I think he went straight from dropping off the boys to go to Premiere. And then he said, I'm going to do an exercise class that gets out at 10:15 or 10:30, and then we can talk after that. You remember how I had a voice thing? Like, I hadn't talked to him. He was like, I know your voice is bad. Like, does today work? And he said we could go for a walk at the law school, or we could talk, like, and I have this message on my phone from him, which is why I said to the officer, there's no way he did this to himself. Like, zero chance that he shot himself. Danny.
I think there's zero chance.
Zero chance.
Danny would kill himself.
Yes, zero chance. Like someone did this to him. So he had plans that we would he said this at 9, like, we'll take a walk, we'll figure this out, we'll talk about school. And then I called him at 11:45 or so and left a message. And that was, I thought weird, but I thought whatever, like,
and you
meeting
probably thought, oh good, I don't have to talk to him.
I was really anxious about speaking with him and having this be a contentious issue about where our kid is going to go to school.
Oh my God.
And I didn't hear from him and I didn't think too much of it. I just thought well, they'll just call me later. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1 and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors and I went to go through Trescott and it was blocked off. So I went around and then I looked for bourbon and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
I mean, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
But
they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should.
They asked me if I washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands. Oh God.
Yeah, no, I think Jeff is somebody that they should talk to. And I don't know of anyone else.
They were asking, like, does he have gambling debt? Does he have? And I'm like, the only person he owes money to is me. Like, there's no one. He's a straight shooter, right? Like, he's not an alcoholic. He's not a gambler. He doesn't have a sex addiction. He doesn't, he doesn't have any weird stuff going on in his life.
No, he's a difficult guy, but he's not.
That's what he was saying. He's like, is there anyone that hates him? And I'm like, he's difficult, but he's difficult in an ivory tower kind of way.
He's not liked, but he's not.
He's not liked, but he's not hated.
Certainly not, and he has people who love him.
How do his students feel? Like, is he are law students receptive to him? Like, oh, this is a great.
I think there's some that really like his method, and there are a lot who don't like him at all.
So you say he's more disliked?
He's a very abrasive guy.
Does he challenge you, kind of? Would that be a good?
He's challenging. He loves to argue, so He's fairly elitist, so like the students,
Very elitist. Oh my
students
goodness.
felt like put down by him a lot.
Okay.
And so they'd feel like insecure but again, we're not talking about like hateful and awful, we're talking about like difficult.
Right.
You know?
Right. And he has colleagues who really don't like him.
But not enough to
Like this is a different, right, it's a
Like,
different, right.
They don't like him, they don't want to go to lunch with him. Right.
Yeah, no,
He doesn't
this
make
is-
friends easily, but it's not like he makes a ton of
And he has and he has very close connections at the temple.
That's what I said.
I mean,
said
he
he's
has,
got Jewish community and like
he's important in the Jewish community, and he's loved, and he's
And there
serious
two
academic.
Jewish temples in Tallahassee, or just
it's
one?
kind of complicated. There's
There's
Temple
three at
Israel,
least.
which is the Reform Synagogue. There's Shomer Torah, which is the conservative one that he belonged to.
Okay.
And then there's Chabad, which is sort of like, it's not really clear. It's kind of like a proselytizing thing. And he would donate money there and bring the kids to events there and spend time there. So he's sort of affiliated with two of them and bring the kids to stuff at Temple Israel too.
I mean, he's very, very connected across the Jewish community.
Yeah, he's very
Because
involved.
he's also very, like, he had a major Jewish education, so he's extremely knowledgeable about Judaism, and, you know, he cares deeply about how people interpret scripture and law and rule and practice, and he's involved in all those sort of debates at the community level, and, he's very, it would be hard to overestimate how involved he has been in the Jewish community. He has a lot of connections.
And it was kind of one of the reasons why we got divorced is I'm Reform, I'm kind of culturally Jewish, like we just had really different religious perspectives. I'm in the middle of a fucking nightmare.
I didn't want you to be married to him, but this was not the method.
Well, that's what I
It's
said
not
to
the
the
method.
officer. I was like, we had a rough time, but
This has been a terrible
he's
time.
the father of my children.
Right.
And things were entering a new phase where he has this girlfriend and he's out of town a lot, and that was nice. That's why I know there's just, given his personality and everything, there's no way that he did this.
No, he didn't.
He had
didn't
plans to be out of town. He was leaving on Saturday.
And he was delighted with Amy. He's been delighted with this.
Yeah.
And delighted with the boys, and delighted with.
No,
with-
he didn't do this. So somebody did.
I mean, he was angry and upset about the divorce. Really, really angry at Wendy. Really, really angry. But really pleased with how things were going to go
It's been
forward.
2 years and things for him were a lot better.
Do you mind if I get Investor Isom to kind of tell him about Jeff?
I think you should do that.
Let me go grab him. Okay.
I can't believe you brought your own drink here.
Well, I wasn't sure how long I would be here. I was thirsty. I had just arrived home to pour, say, a glass of wine when they called and said, "Don't you want to go to the police department?" I said, "Jay, no, not really."
You believe I didn't do this, right?
I assume you didn't do this.
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
Well, you'll
I
have.
sent it in, I sent edits to
You'll
someone.
have.
and
You'll have.
I hope they have the time log.
Of course they will. Of course they will. All of that is evident. You will. You don't.
I understand why they think it would be me, but
Of course it would be you. But it's on you. Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely. I agree with you.
It could be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff,
I hope to God he did it.
I know Jeff didn't do it, but I don't think Danny did.
Somebody shot Danny.
To death. Holy shit.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out and was like, I want to get the boys over there. Is he scary looking? Because I want, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him.
Shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's all alone. I was like, is he with?
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go?
I don't know about you.
Someone needs to go there.
I know. mean,
He's by himself.
I mean, really, he's by himself?
I don't think they haven't called the family yet. They haven't called his parents. They were like, what are his parents' names? They're asking me.
How about the rabbi?
Oh, that's a really good idea.
How about the rabbi?
Can you ask them?
Yeah, we'll do that right now.
So there's no rabbi at Shomri, but Rabbi Schnoyer, that's really his name. He, him or Jack Romberg.
They need to go.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yes, especially if he's not gonna make it, so that they can.
If they can, he needs a blessing.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for being here. I was sitting in this room by myself, losing my mind. I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu. I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and we just finished, I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? Like, and they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, like,
what's
going
fine?
Like, who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started I just was like, what's going on? And they're like, your husband. And I said, ex-husband. And they're like, ex-husband? So they didn't have the, like.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do they, they're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married. And so I was telling him everything, and then I was thinking, oh my God, now they probably think I'm a suspect.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But, I mean, you're not gonna get framed for a crime.
Right.
And it is in your absolute interest to, in every way,
tell them
everything, because to the extent that if they don't know whoever did, if this goes unsolved, that's
so
the worst
scared
thing for
of
your
so
boys.
many things, Jane. Like, do you think whoever did this is going to come after the kids?
I'm very worried about that. And I think
I don't want to be like left alone in that house. Like, I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is.
Okay. Well, I mean, you should maybe go and stay. I think you should go stay. Can you go to Lynn and David's?
Ellen, yeah. Yeah.
You
They
should.
have lots of bedrooms. I could just.
You
stay
should.
there
I mean,
for
the
a little
boys
bit.
are there.
Yeah.
And
I need to pick up a few
need-
things. Like, I would need my contact lens case.
Just go there. I mean,
I'm really glad you're here. I am losing my shit.
I wish they'd
Jane,
come back.
They keep doing this where like they leave for long periods of time, and it's 5:30 already.
Mm-hmm.
I've been here for a while. I didn't know if I don't know. Are you looking to see if there's more info?
No, I
online?
have not this from Danny. I have from Kara. So I called her.
I talked to Kara yesterday. I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend last night, a friend of a friend, this girl Malia. We went to Tallahassee food trucks last night, hung out with her for hours. Are you telling her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she also Googled and said, oh my God, there was a shooting, do you know? So both she and John,
Why would they Google? Why would that just come up?
I mean, I said to both of them, I'm going to the department, they're the people I said, I'm going to, John was there when I got John got the call from the police officer. So then I'm in the car, I'm like, I'm calling Kara.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm on my way to the police officer.
Well, I would have called you and Kara, but Kara's in Portland.
Right.
I'm really glad you're here.
So I just
I owe you
just
big
can't,
time.
no worries. And so I'm just saying to her that Danny's been shot and it's serious, because until I know that, I can't quite take it, and that's the.
Do you think you could, like, you're allowed to leave the room? Can you? Oh,
yeah, they're coming.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know that Lynn just came.
Oh, good.
Just got the car seats in and she's headed out.
So we have a real concern. Okay. Would it be possible for a rabbi to be sent to the hospital?
Okay.
So Danny's very religious.
I don't know if he's even alive, but.
Okay.
We're just really struggling with the idea that he's there alone.
No.
And
Okay.
he's very religious.
Okay.
Extremely.
And I'm sorry to think of this earlier, but I can give you the names of the 2 rabbis in
Okay.
town, and I think they should be called.
Okay.
And at least he's not, because his family isn't, like, nobody's there with
Okay.
him.
If Sarah, can you write down these names?
Because
and
I think
numbers?
if they could go, like, whatever's happening,
I understand.
whatever state he's in, some kind of blessing
I
is
understand.
required.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't have any phone numbers,
Okay.
but Jack Romberg is the name of,
Romberg.
yeah,
Okay.
is the name of one of the rabbis. The other rabbi has a name that's gonna take you a while to spell. His name
Sometimes
is,
those are the easy ones because I find one and that's the only one there is.
his name is Schnoyer Eurichman.
Common spelling on it?
Nice.
That's really his
That's a
name.
good one.
But his
New
last
page.
name is Oireachman, Oirechman. His first name is Schnoyer, Schnoyer.
I'm just Googling Rabbi Tallahassee. And
I'll see what I can find. If you'll tear that out for me and I'll see what I can find.
Thank you.
But Lynn is here. The car seats are in. I've spoken to the preschool. I changed the name. They were fine with that.
Preschool knows that,
Lynn is coming.
okay.
Yes, I've spoken with them after you spoke with them and told them she was coming. They were fine.
Okay.
Um,
Do they know what's going on?
I don't know. The investigator,
Was
made
there.
contact, so I don't know what all they know. But we spoke with Lynn and
She's
said,
gonna take him to the house?
yep, and
does they
said,
know what's going on?
we explained to her he is severely injured. He may, probably will not make it, but
he knows not to, they don't tell the truth.
correct.
So they're just gonna pick him up, say mommy's
Mhm.
in a meeting, mommy's busy?
Time for McDonald's. Auntie Lynn's picking you up,
Okay.
and then I have her, cell phone number because I knew you didn't have your phone right then. We'll get that back to you here shortly, hopefully.
Okay.
And I told her that you would call her and probably go straight to the house, whether it's us taking you there, Jane taking you there, whatever, however you
Does my
need
car
to
need
get
to
there.
stay here?
I don't think so.
Did I gave them my keys,
Yep,
right?
they have the keys because I
That was
got the
my
car
house
seats
key.
out.
Okay.
But yeah, all that should be done. Unfortunately, just everything's time consuming. So that's, kind of while we're waiting on.
Okay, okay.
Let me see what I can.
Good, we need that, I mean, that's just urgent.
Okay,
That's just
absolutely.
really
And
urgent.
it's Jack Romberg and Rabbi
You can call him like Oireachman, Oireachman?
or Rickman. Okay?
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you for thinking of that.
You're welcome.
And I did tell Mr. Isom that you want to talk to him again. So.
Yeah.
And is there a bathroom that I could use?
Yes.
I had a similar urgency need. They made me swipe my hands before they let me use the bathroom.
I know.
You're gonna go to your left. And then kind of in that little. I just actually.
Sorry. Do you mind if I sit in this chair?
Oh, please do.
Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know that his family knows yet. Did they get that information?
We're working on that now. What we do usually as a law enforcement agency, we don't like to tell people that over the phone if we can try to avoid it, just because it's kind of shocking news. And we usually
So can you tell
what we're
law
trying-
enforcement there to go to the
Correct,
house?
that's what we're trying to do now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't know, especially people's conditions and how they're gonna react. So if someone gets so upset that they have a heart attack or something, we want, not
It's
just be
better.
on the phone.
It's better to have a human. But they're working on that now.
Yes,
So it's an actual fact that he's not gonna survive these injuries.
That's what General Isom.
yes, Investigator Isom, yeah, that's what he.
He's not a general.
Investigator.
Whatever. I call him Rep sometimes, that's okay.
I was just like in the car with it. I'm like, what is your name? What do I do? I saw that one from Kara. If you need to call her, you can. You're not being held hostage here.
Just tell her.
So what we're in the process right now, and to do that, generally we have to, it's almost like a telegraph that we send to the other agency, kind of giving the
Sure,
information
right,
on
right.
who to make contact. It's very old school as we were started working here.
I know that it's not like, well, I don't know what's happening right now, but like as of a little bit ago, it wasn't definitive. Do they want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to like?
They want to get in contact with them because I think some decisions need to be made, and because they're his parents, they would be his next of kin. Yeah.
So he's still alive, but he's maybe on life support or some such thing.
I don't know
You
the
don't
medical
know.
terms around it, but it's from what Investigator Isom was telling her, it does not look.
He was shot in the head?
From what was Investigator Isom?
I said that and he didn't answer it.
So it's just he was very badly
shot
multiple times, maybe badly.
When I think he did say that there was trauma to his face. And
Because
that's
I
when
was
you were
saying I
asking
wanted
about
the
showing the
kids.
boy.
I wanted the kids
Yes, you
to be
can't.
with him, but not if he looks scary.
And not if he's, there's nothing to be.
I know. I just thought he might be like.
No,
when
I know.
I got the
Like
feeling
he
he
got
might be a
shot in
little
the
bit
leg.
alive.
Right,
And if he's a little bit alive, I wanted him to like touch
Be
the
able to
kids
see
one
the
more
children,
time.
right? But he's apparently beyond that. Like he probably hasn't regained
From what Investigator Isom
consciousness.
said, correct, yes. I don't,
He's
from what
been-
he was saying, I wouldn't
He was
take
found
it.
in a really dreadful state, and he has not come out of any kind of. He ended that phase. Oh, Wendy, good Lord. Have you called your parents, darling?
No, after we're just
Did
going.
she call her parents?
They have
I
my.
don't see, they have her phone.
But
I know their number.
their number.
I do know my family's number.
I don't
know the answer.
I don't know that. I don't want to say yes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm
but
gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to like, am I a suspect? You need to like watch me?
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
What I'll do too is I'll just check and see if you can call your
Yeah.
parents, okay?
Yeah.
Again, I don't see any issue with it.
I just think they're gonna want to come up.
Well, and you're gonna want them here. Honey.
Yeah.
So they
I
need
want
to.
them-
They need to get in the car right now, and they need to come up.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what needs to happen because they can stay with you at your house.
And they can
We
help me
can
with the
we can
boys.
try to figure out if you're safe to be in the house.
Yeah.
Hey, it's me. So I'm just updating you. Danny is expected to die. Gunshot wounds. Don't tell anybody else, just keep it to yourself. But I know that you're. Yeah, no, he's right. No, he's Wendy, of course. I mean, they've been interviewing her as a suspect, and I have suggested Jeff Lacasse. That's my contribution. and also suggested that we get a rabbi over there. Because he's alone, he doesn't have family here. This is really terrible. It's really terrible. There's nothing you can do that I can think of. Wendy's got, I mean, they brought me here to get the kids, but I thought, God, the poor children, they won't know me. And actually, it's probably better that I'm, here with Wendy. I'm sitting here with the victim advocate, and now the investigator, and I'm gonna get off the phone. I will. All right, bye, Dawn.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up here.
I'll get out of your way.
It's time to go.
Okay.
We got some more stuff we have to take care
Yeah.
of. But I really appreciate you coming up here and talking to her. And
And I've suggested to you that you look at Jeff Lacoste.
that's what Sarah was saying. I'm not sure who that guy is.
Well, she'll tell you about it. And
Is she gonna tell me everything?
I imagine she will. I mean, she's been Danny's a jealous guy, Jeff is a jealous guy.
All right.
That as a social worker, I would be.
Well, let me ask you this. If Jeff is the new guy, why would he do it?
Just because this is something I wouldn't say in front of Wendy.
Okay.
I thought you said something I wouldn't say. I'm like, I'm right here.
Doing the kind of work I do, I would think, there's this person, and then he loves Wendy. Danny makes Wendy's life very difficult. Wendy is currently making his life very difficult. I don't know him to be a lunatic, but he's a jealous guy.
Okay. All right.
That's what I would say. He's my colleague, so he's somebody I think of as a decent guy.
That would be who now?
Jeff Lacoste is my colleague.
Okay. All right.
Are
you leaving?
Yes, I'm being kicked out.
Oh, really?
Really. But I can come get you if you need me.
Okay.
Okay? So if you can't drive, it's no problem.
What's your number, Jane, so I can give you a call too?
321-4657. I'm happy to come get you. You need to talk to these guys.
Can you make sure someone goes to see Danny? I guess they're gonna do
You're
that.
gonna
That's
do
not
that,
your
right?
job.
You're gonna make sure that there's
I know Sergeant Baldwin, when I was out there, I've been talking to her when you
It's
were
really
using us, they were
critical
working on that.
that he be blessed today.
Oh,
It's absolutely
okay.
critical
Gotcha.
that he see that a rabbi go there. Absolutely critical.
All right.
All
Okay,
right, honey.
bye. Thank you for coming.
Okay, I am available to you. I'm going now, but
Yeah.
this is a process and you're gonna move through it. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm glad. Thanks very much. And these guys were very generous to let me come in here at all. So thanks very much for
You're
that.
welcome. I'll be back.
I think he'll just ask you some more questions and they just need to, they don't, and sometimes, friends and family try to help, but sometimes they can
No, it's good that you
tell their
let me know.
side and that was good. Sorry, it's so cold in here and I was irresponsible to not read a jacket.
I'm not
sooner.
sure if it's cold in here. I was like shaking from the moment the officers came into the restaurant and were like not
Right, that's
telling
not a
me what
normal
was going on.
situation.
And so I didn't know what it was. I knew it wasn't good. And so I feel like my body started shaking a few hours ago. I don't know if I'm actually cold, but thank you for the jacket.
Well, it's generally, I don't have goosebumps yet, but usually I get goosebumps in this room, so it might be warmer than normal, but I think nerves. And then they said that they should be done with your phone very soon too, and then that's when.
Will they just sort of, can I get an update from I just want to make sure the kids are not freaking out. I don't know what Lynn told them and I trust her very much, but is there any way to just get an update on my kids to make sure I know they're okay, they're in good hands, but I don't know. I mean, just to make sure they're not being told
too much information at once.
Yeah, or just where's mommy? I would like them to say mommy's at a work meeting or something.
Right, okay.
Just something that the kids would understand. Sometimes mommy's at work, so they get the idea of
Okay.
I mean, they would wonder why is mommy at work at this hour, but something.
Okay, let me check on that, okay?
I'm not trying to create more work for you.
You're not creating more, this is kind of what I'm here for right now, exactly what I'm here for, okay?
Yeah. Sitting in this room by myself right now is like a form of torture.
I'm sorry. I know. I keep leaving you, and I don't want to. But Joanna, who's been in and out of here, the female, she is just some back. She's our special victims investigator, which means she does all the child and sexual assault and those types of crimes.
Yeah.
And she spoke to Lynn, and Lynn's very well aware that
Lynn also has an MSW.
Everyone does, it seems like sometimes. So very aware that they don't know, what's going on, not to disclose anything,
Yeah.
overly.
But Lynn knows.
I don't know what Joanna's, Lynn knows something's up and something's wrong. And I'm sure Lynn and like everyone else seems to do nowadays probably Googled or looked at the news,
Yeah.
So, and I think she does know it involves obviously Danny.
Because I'm here and I seem to be okay.
And then also she, they did get in touch
with the rabbi?
With one of the rabbis, yes.
Are
So
they going over there?
I believe so, yes.
Great.
And then if nothing else, even the hospital usually has.
Hi.
That's his cell phone number.
Okay.
I spoke with him and he's going up there.
Good.
I spoke with the hospital and they have already had somebody come by. They've already had a rabbi come by.
Really?
Because they have
I wonder who
chaplains.
they have.
They have chaplains of all different denominations.
Like just on call.
Mhm.
There's not a lot of Jews in town.
I don't know, but he is going,
Thank God.
and that's his cell phone.
Okay.
I told him you would probably touch base and reach out to him
Honestly,
whenever. No.
I don't really have a great relationship with him.
Okay.
So he's not really who I want to talk to right
That's
now. I
fine.
just want to make sure he's
The
giving
other
Danny
rabbi
what
that
he
you gave me is out of town.
I have a great relationship with him.
Okay, yeah, he's on his voicemail. It said he's out of town
I saw
till
on Facebook. He's with his grandkids.
yeah, so would be in and out. He was like, "Is there anybody else in the community I need to reach out to?" I said, as of right now,
I'm just gonna
so
take out his number to give to his parents in case they don't.
Yeah, have them. They would probably want to talk to the rabbi. So,
okay.
I'm really glad he's going over there. I can't talk to him right now.
Okay. And that's fine. And I mean, he asked about you and asked if there was anything you needed. And okay, so, and I said, well, I may have her, if she wants to reach out. And he's like, absolutely, anything, that's needed. So,
God.
Thank
you.
No problem. And don't worry, Lynn, we spoke. She knows the children don't know what's going on.
And she knows?
She knows that he was seriously injured. And that
Did she seem okay? Like, is she with
Yeah.
Alan? Are they
no,
together?
I talked with Alan.
Uh-huh.
She was out when I got him.
Okay.
Apparently he just does not answer his cell phone. He's like, let me give you my cell phone. I was like, I called it twice. So she was out somewhere. She wasn't at home when I got a hold of him.
Okay.
So he said, let me call her. I'll have her come. So she came by herself, but she had talked to him. She was fine. Cool as a cucumber.
Okay.
She's, and just for time's sake, I knew Jane was up here with you. I was going to bring her up, but just, it was
No,
at 5:30 getting her out to get the kids.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
knows the kids don't know anything. And it was going to be, mom's running late. Aunt Lynn, it's McDonald's time, whatever the
Okay.
case may be.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. No problem. I'm sorry my face is so red. I told her I was laughing because my rear end's sticking up, bending over, getting the seats. I was like, oh, I'm sure 7th
my
Avenue
God.
is loving
Did you
this.
see all the Cheerios that are in that car?
We did. At least
I know
can be all
it's there.
vacuumed out.
I meant to
No,
clean the car
please.
this week. Now I'm glad I didn't because it would look like I was trying to erase a crime scene.
Well, and the funny thing was that we said, I don't know which car seat goes to which. And when we were walking up, I said, okay, I have the left, you have the right. And then we sat them down and she and I picked them up and I went, I don't remember
one
which
kid
one
is
was
short
which.
and chunky and one kid is long and skinny.
So when they get in and it doesn't fit, they'll have to
They'll
figure it
They'll
out.
figure it out.
Because as we were walking out, I was like, oh, I don't remember which one was which.
Lynn is really great.
Yeah, so she was great. And, Alan was like, because I was very cryptic with him on the phone, I just don't want to tell people. He's like, do I need to come up there? I'm like,
That sounds like Alan.
He said everything's fine.
That's a good
I was
invitation.
like, she's all right. He's like, okay. So.
But you told him that Danny was.
I told Lynn more than I told him.
Okay.
Just because it was on the phone. So I'm sure when Lynn left here, she called. So.
Am I just gonna be here for like hours?
I don't think so. I mean, I think
It's gonna be that long.
I think they're just quite honestly waiting on the phone. Remember how we told you they put it on the machine?
Yeah, that he had to.
Right, to
yeah.
do the phone, and it just takes
Forever.
depending what's on there.
Yeah.
As far as if you have lots of pictures of the kids, or it takes some time to do that.
Yeah.
And then they actually brought your van back here, and I got the car seats out of that, and I think they were finishing up. So I think
I'm
that's
gonna
all
need
they're
the
waiting.
police help to get the car seats back in.
You may.
I always have them installed here.
Yeah, and on the strap that goes over, we
Yes.
hooked them. I didn't tighten them as tight as they should be. I was like, here,
You know
can you
what?
see? And she's like, nope, I'm good, because they weren't moving. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a trip. That's why my face is so red, because I've been out there doing that. But I'll touch base with Isom. Hopefully it's not.
We wanted to talk to him about a potential lead, so.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Sorry, I know it's a lot of running around and.
I want to talk to my parents and get them up here.
And I told him that, and he said it should be relatively soon that you get your phone back. I don't know.
Why not use someone else's phone?
I know. Yeah, because you know the number. Let me go ask again and just be like, can she just call?
Yeah. Do you have a phone, right?
Cell phone.
If I can borrow it, though. No.
Okay. All right.
How are you doing?
Feel like my head's about to explode.
I'm about the same.
Okay, I need to find out, this number here, 6,800.
That's Danny's number. Wait, 6,800. 202.
8,200.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same here. I'm just going through, these are phone calls that you made.
Yeah.
Charlie's your brother?
Yeah. I didn't call any like weird sex hotlines or anything this morning.
That's okay, we've seen that
Really
before.
embarrassing.
That's all right. You checked your voicemail, I guess?
Oh.
Or no, you
Why would
checked,
it be a 305 number?
no,
Um,
your number, isn't that you?
yeah, that's
Cindy?
me.
Okay, I called this number.
Okay. That
Uh,
says voicemail.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but I'm just basically going over this with you to see if you can clear up anything. And of course, this is Charlie, your brother, your brother. Michelle Turner.
A friend of mine who lives in Colorado. Renee. Renee's the one that used to be the victim advocate. Renee is a very close friend of mine that is interviewing at FSU today for a position and leaving at 7:30. And if there was ever a woman I would really like to get a hug from, it's Renee, but I don't want to bother her on her.
Rita Hinden.
That's the mother of my friend Tova Nugget. So it must be like a family plan under her mom's name for some reason. But
So you called the
my
friend.
friend Tova was returning her message.
TOBA.
TOVA, Tova.
Okay. Emily Benfer.
I didn't talk to her. I sent her a text.
Okay, I see it
Just
here.
sent her I just sent her a gift for her baby, and she was texting me to thank me.
We're going to talk about Jeff here in a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It looked like part of the ceiling just fell off.
I know, I was worried about that too. That one's probably before, but maybe it was some others.
Oh, I really can't. I guess I need to hold on to this in case Danny needs
Just have it in case, yeah. And I took it down too, so when I get in contact with his parents, I can remember.
It would matter to them to have contact with like the local Jewish stuff in town. I bet that's I won't answer it, but it's my friend Robin, and I bet she's in the general counsel's office at FSU. I bet I wonder what people have seen by now.
I don't know, and that's kind of why we're trying to get his parents notified, because it's very difficult now to beat technology and news sometimes in this field.
I missed Robin. Please call Jimmy Judkins. That's my attorney. Should I call him? That's my attorney for the divorce case, not like an attorney for like.
And once Investigator Isom finishes talking to you, I'd call whoever you feel comfortable with calling.
Okay. Whoa, just just need to know you're all okay. I don't even know who these people are. Can I listen to the message from Robin just to hear what's like why I need to call Jimmy? She's called a lot of times. God, I wonder what she knows. Try the Can you write? Oh, she's gonna text me. It's weird. So why would Jimmy need to talk to me? He's my lawyer for the divorce case. This is Lincoln from last week.
Cutie, very pretty hair. Very serious in that picture.
So cute. I'm curious, like what's coming in. Right now it looks like a whole bunch of nothing. No one's writing me yet. I can get a sale on Victoria's Secret stuff. Governor Rick Scott has things going on. A lot of the rest of the world going on.
And so I don't forget, because sometimes I tend to do that when you're ready to get out of here. Yeah. What's your phone number?
954-803-0079.
Okay.
All right. I was just looking to see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nothing going on. And then my attorney really wants to talk to me.
Okay.
Did you hear about that?
No.
I think it's nothing. It says we
Your
got
attorney for.
our divorce case.
Oh, okay.
It says we got a new judge.
Oh.
Anyway.
Okay. All right. Let's. I mean, I didn't know earlier, but apparently you got a guy in your life named Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about Jeff.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
No, I know you weren't.
I just didn't think to tell you about him. So he's been my boyfriend. We've been dating since end of October. Jane actually set us up, which is why Jane thought of him first. And Jane and I had a long talk earlier this week. We went on a walk together and talked about, I wasn't really sure I wanted to continue dating him. We had like a fight at the end of June and it was weird, and then I went away for 2 weeks and just got back, and I asked him to just no contact for a week just so I could kind of figure out whether I wanted to be with him or not.
When did you ask him that?
Monday night after yoga. I sent him an email Monday night.
Yours or his yoga or both?
I don't know what that means. I went to a yoga class.
Who went to yoga, together or?
Like together.
Okay.
Some guys like yoga.
I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
I go to yoga, or I
And
used
Jeff
to,
goes too?
and he would go with me sometimes.
So Monday night after yoga,
I sent him
this past Monday.
this Monday,
Okay.
yes, July 14th.
Okay.
I just sent him an email and said, you know, my heart is really heavy and I'm having trouble figuring out what to do. It'd be a lot easier if I just like didn't have any contact from you for 1 week, and then we'll kind of figure out where to go from there. And so I haven't had any contact from him.
Was he amicable to that, or did he?
He didn't respond to it. I said, I'm going to take your silence as acceptance. And
Oh, okay, you were in person telling.
no, I emailed him after yoga. He'd been like, let's go out tomorrow, let's go out the next day. And I felt I have a hard time saying no. And
Right.
so I didn't say no in person. And then later I wrote him and said, I really just need like a week of silence to get some clarity on where we are.
Okay, so he never responded. Still has not responded.
The only response I had is that I bought some presents for Ben for his birthday when Jeff and I went to Destin one time and he had him at his house. And so he brought them. I came to work and there was a bag of the presents from his house. But I had asked him at yoga, I said, oh, when you get a chance, I'm really going to need you to bring those presents because I don't have the boys this week and I could wrap them. And so he just brought the presents so I could wrap them.
When did he bring them?
It must have been Tuesday morning at some point. I think I got to I'm not in the office like 9 to 5 right now because I just finished teaching and students are out of session. And so I have writing deadlines. So I work sometimes from home or from a coffee shop. And so I got in, I rolled into work sometime mid-morning and they were there. So I don't know what time he was there, but I could ask my assistant.
No, that's all right. You're saying you asked him for them
And he brought him
on the phone, I guess?
Yeah, when I saw him at yoga on Monday,
Okay.
I had mentioned to him that I wanted to wrap these presents. I had all, most of the week without the boys and I was, looking for something to do. I might as well wrap Ben's birthday presents. And so he brought them to the office.
So he brought them even after the whole.
I said no
need some
contact,
space.
but yeah.
Why would you say, what was how long have you been seeing Jeff?
Since the end of September.
Okay, all right. And so since September, you all have been seeing each other exclusively?
In the fall, I was dating someone else too, and the relationship really evolved around February. I post-divorce, I was kind of slow to but so I jokingly used to call him my special man friend, and around February, he started being more like my boyfriend. He started spending some time with the kids, and they really adore him. And I introduced him as mommy's friend, not as mommy's boyfriend. So they just think of him as Jeffrey, and he plays Star Wars with them. And so he and I would spend time together on the nights or the days I didn't have the boys. And then when I had the boys, he never stayed over, but he would sometimes join us for dinner and play with the kids and then go home. And things actually worked great. And I was very happy. And then we went to Gainesville together. He's a social work professor at FSU, and he was teaching a class at Gainesville. And so I didn't have the boys that weekend. I went with him to work on some writing, and we had a great weekend until Saturday night. We went out to dinner, we came home, and he just was convinced that I'd been cheating on him for months and had kept track of it and was just absolutely convinced that I was cheating on him. And I kept telling him I wasn't, and he just was, I felt not very trusting of me, and it just made me feel really uncomfortable. And after that happened, I wasn't sure that I wanted to be with him anymore.
I'm wondering what brought this on, the whole not trusting thing.
I mean, I'd been dating someone else in the fall, and so he had asked me, did you see someone else in the fall? Kind of once things were good with us, maybe around April, and I said I did, and I told him about it, and he felt I don't know, he was jealous of him, and he was like, I don't want you to see him, and the guy I was dating was leaving town, and so I said, well, I want to, go get coffee with him before I leave town, and he said, I really, I don't want you to do that, and we had an argument about it, and I went and had coffee with him anyway, and he ended up at the same coffee shop at the same time and saw us having coffee and got really angry, but
when was that?
That was May.
May.
Mid to late May, maybe.
Okay.
And
Well, do you think it was a coincidence, or do you think he intentionally went to
I think
that?
it was a total coincidence.
Okay.
I was only there for 30 minutes, and yeah, I think it just is a small town.
Okay.
Southbound.
All right. What kind of car does Jeff drive?
I'm really bad with this. It's silver colored. I think it's a Nissan. It's very old and very rundown.
Okay. Silver Nissan?
Gray, silver.
Okay. You don't know what year or how many doors or anything?
I want to say 2 doors.
2-door?
And I don't know what year it is. I have no idea.
You pretty sure about the 2-door?
I'm pretty sure. I feel yeah.
Is it his car exclusively?
Exclusively. He doesn't even have to share it with anyone.
Okay. Does he live alone?
Mm-hmm.
Where does he live?
He lives in an apartment complex. I've actually only been over there once because he was kind of embarrassed. It's a basement apartment, and it's off Park Street. I think it's called Victory Gardens.
Okay.
It's between Park and Appalachie.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's.
It's off Victory Garden. You don't know the name of the company.
That's enough Jeff bashing. So you got to hear Jane offering up Jeff, the boyfriend, once boyfriend, on an altar, it seems. And then you have Wendy there kind of filling in all the blanks about this guy that is the suspect. When you hear him testify, he will talk about how he felt like he was being set up and that he was taking a trip the morning of the murder, a trip which would have taken him in a route near the house on the way to the airport. And he decided to leave the night before. So, damn it, blew that opportunity to set him up, if you believe some of these moving parts. So anyway, I hope you had a nice little break, a little lunch thing there. They're supposed to get back at it at quarter after. Before they do that, a couple of things I've been working on. We'll see how this goes. One thing is a follow-up on the jury consultant by the name of Lilia Dandelake. That was the name, Lilia Dandelake. So I looked that up. I don't think she's at least not officially a jury consultant. She's an attorney. But I worked on this. Let's try this.
As the Adelsons turn on one another.
Okay, I'll have to work on that. I think audio mix is brutal, but I'll work on it. I was just trying to do some stuff at lunch. Anyway, so Lilia Dandelake is an attorney, and she's was working with the Florida Department of Corrections, and she is a member in good standing. Again, this has to be her. The name Dandelake, Dandelake, not exactly like Debbie Smith. And so let's put the Missy, can you put the seal up so everybody is not, or I can do that. So folks are knowing we're not missing anything but the seal. Anyway, so yeah, she was admitted to practice in April of 1999. No issues with her bar performance, according to the records that I've pulled. What I was trying to find, and this is the big if here, I was trying to find
County, approximately 18 months.
This is from yesterday, and I wanted to get to the point where they introduced, I don't know if I can actually find it or not. This is where they introduced the team, right? And I wanted to kind of listen to that with you for the third time. Let's see if you, let me know if you can hear this.
So jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake.
Okay, you got that? Did I hear wrong? Jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake.
Kessler. So jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake. And
okay, so there you have it. That's what we were told, and at least on paper, at least from my in-depth analysis and reporting, she's maybe not. Not that you have to have one to sit there at the table, but my thought was earlier today, maybe the defense team felt it would look better to have a jury consultant there rather than another attorney. Okay, because we have obviously the two key attorneys. One we heard from in the opening, Ms. Fulford, and of course Mr. Zellman. This jury heard from ad nauseum yesterday, but maybe they thought, hey, they have two primary attorneys. If we have three, it'll look like we're piling on. Let's call her a jury consultant. Just a guess. I don't know that the misdirection is worth the effort, but it seemed to me a little bit odd, just a little bit odd. So Lilia Dandelake. Anybody learns anything more about her or the situation? Maybe I've missed something in my research, but I don't think so. I just think it's maybe something done strategically. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the openings today. One of the things I forgot to mention about the opening by the defense, the Fulford connection, is how she focused so much on the fact that this murder was a horrible thing, and we got the guys and woman. We got the people responsible for this. So during the course of this trial, keep that in mind. You're not going to see what you need to see to connect Donna Adelson to this crime, to this murder, to the death of Dan Markel. And we know it's horrible. It was an outrageous, horrible thing for the family, for the survivors. But that's not our client's problem. So that's the beauty of this kind of case, where you have all of these other folks convicted, and you have to just cut the connection between those acts and your client's acts. Remember, to be guilty of conspiracy, and we're talking about the separate charge of conspiracy, you have to do something in furtherance of the conspiracy. In this case, that could be moving some money around, right? That could be shooting. It could be arranging the Geek Squad TV repair to take place at or about the time that the murder was planned. So they've got all of that. I think they have all of that. They have to, I think, more closely tie for this jury the orchestration of Donna Adelson. What strings was she pulling, and to keep the jury from getting distracted by the thought that, well, everything that was done after the fact was done to protect her family, to protect those now kids without a dad. She wasn't doing things to initiate the crime, but to help in protecting those after the fact. I think that is something a jury could latch onto, and this prosecution is going to have to do what they can to avoid that from happening. So in the closing, the opening for Jackie Fulford, and again, it was a tight one, 21, 22 minutes. She said things like, quote, "Don't forget Danny," end quote, and "divorces are ugly," which is going to be used to explain some of the nastiness back and forth, or maybe just back and forth from Donna, not necessarily everybody else, because she does say some ugly things. So, and she did mention, remember I talked about this whole motion to relocate being denied and suggesting it was with prejudice. Well, the defense said it was with prejudice. I tend to object to that, counsel. There is no family court in the world that I'm aware of that will, at the ages of 3 and 4 and a half, foreclose forever the possibility that changed circumstances would not allow some sort of relocation. I just don't, there's no mechanism for that. And if that were the case, if it was truly issued in that way that sounded final, you should appeal that, folks. You should appeal that, because changed circumstances are always key. Why? It's all about the best interest of the child. And you can't tell me, let's assume Dan Markel, I hate to talk ill of the dead, but I'm making this up. He becomes a drug addict, and he becomes a horrible influence on the children. In fact, their safety is now in danger as a result. Nope, sorry, can't relocate the kids. Already made that decision. Well, that's BS. There's just no way that there are not circumstances that could change that would affect whether or not those kids could be relocated along with mommy. So anyway, but that's the story they're telling the jury, because it helps the motivation issue, right? If there is no way to relocate the kids, then what do you got to do? I guess, from the prosecution's perspective, you fix that by, taking care of the problem parent. Talked about Skyping, which I thought was interesting. I mean, is Skyping an ancient concept? I mean, as recently as COVID, which is now 5 years ago, if you had stock in Skype and Zoom, you're doing okay. But I didn't realize that was a concept that would be hard for people to grasp. She does pound away, and I know that this becomes kind of a sticking point with people, on the normalcy of Donna Adelson. We see a lot of folks who are challenging that interpretation of Donna Adelson. Yeah, I don't think in any context, whether she's guilty or not, I would call her normal. I would call her privileged. I would call her arrogant. I would call her well-kept. But I mean, normal in the sense that, she gets up every day, and, she has family, and she has friends, and lives in the United States, but not normal in the sense that she's just a regular Joe or a regular Donna, as it were. I think somebody mentioned in the chat, like Jen McCabe is just a soccer mom. No, that's not the normal that we're looking for here. And I think she said, quote, "She's kind, loving, and cares more about others than herself." Excuse me. Sorry, I almost threw up in my mouth on that one. Let's see. The graphics she used, I think I mentioned that, compared to some light electronics used by the prosecution, which was fine. I think prosecution Dugan did a great job of tying together a whole bunch of loose ends. Because if you aren't familiar with this case, from what we hear, not just in the panel that's there, but in the panel from which these jurors were chosen, a lot of folks had no clue about this case, which for those of us who've been, into it since 2019, that's hard to believe. But, people have lives. And so to make sure this jury understands the dots that are being connected, I think they did a good job. I do think that the defense benefited from the opening in that regard, because the opening of the prosecution was clean enough that the dovetailing with the defense made her kind of cryptic. The judge international symbol for hold on a sec. So the little foam board that was used by the defense would have been far less effective had we not seen what the prosecution did. So she should be thanking the prosecution for laying the groundwork for her less than perfect audio-visual aids there at the end, because they were, could be was that somebody's senior project, or maybe even not that. It just wasn't. It could have been better. That's what I'm getting at. Let's see, anything else we didn't talk about that was interesting to me? We have been tracking exactly how the last case went, the Charles Adelson case, with the fourth witness, the first three witnesses being, in order, of course, James Geiger, the neighbor next door, David Sims, first responder, who was very quick, and it seemed to me he just kind of secured the scene. And then there was Joanne Maltese, who was the forensic. She's in there really collecting the materials. The eyeglasses, we talked about how it was, the shot between the eyes, literally to the point that Dan Markel's glasses were busted in half. And then the fourth witness, Dr. Anthony Clark, he did the medical evaluation and the autopsy, and led to the court, Judge Stephen Everett, admonishing Donna Adelson to you can't be emotional. You can't be. And it's not a case where, hey, folks in the gallery, if you can't check your emotions, get the hell out. She's going to stay. So some people think she was crying for herself. I think most people thought the tears were real. The motivation seemed to be up in the air. Was it because she really felt, even this far after the fact, even with whatever her involvement might be, that she was shedding a tear for Dan Markel or for the kids who now don't have a father? Who knows? But I think the general consensus was, I kind of think those tears are real. And speaking of that, we looked at some of the Wendy Adelson police investigation interview, which was done the day of the killing. You can see the mounting pile of tissues on that table in front of Wendy Adelson. It's not like the quality of the video is enough that I can go, yes, those are perfectly dry. I don't know. And I will say this, people noticed, well, I think the audio is off from the video. That is 100% true. There are a couple of versions of this out there. I opted to go with the one that has better audio, even though there was a little bit of a lag, audio to video. It was much better audio. And since this is primarily because of the quality of the video, synced or otherwise, the audio has got to be good. And it was better in this, the version that we just looked at. So, do you think she was crying? Do you think she was all, there was as much laughing as there was crying. And boy, Jane, she's a piece of work, that Jane. The combination of helpful and embarrassing at the same time. So she did her job, though. She threw Jeff to the lions. We'll see if how he does on the stand this time. He's a very likable guy, too, and he's done great in his prior appearances in court. So we'll see how he does this time. I wonder if there's a way for me to, I'm enamored with my new audio here, but I think I got to blend this.
As the Adelsons turn on one another.
Okay, yeah, I got to work on that, but you get the drift. Wonder how that. I gotta get an audio, better audio mix. That's what I need. Okay. So court is very close to coming back, we believe, because we saw the false start by Judge Stephen Everett. And the question now becomes, we believe the next witness will be the FBI guy who's been so involved in the entire case. And he's going to be talking, we think, about the surveillance, primarily the surveillance that tracked Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, the two hitman getaway driver, respectively. They went to the gym, and that's where Dan Markel was, the premier gym, followed him back to the house. He pulls into his garage. He's in the garage, that intimate confine that is yours. These guys pull into the driveway right behind him and effectively block him in, although I don't think he knew enough about what was happening to even consider getting the hell out. He probably just, if he noticed anything at all, because he was on the phone, if he noticed anything at all, it was like, who are these guys? Or who's pulled into my house by mistake? Or why don't I recognize that Prius? But anyway.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Let's see.
They've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. Case Exhibit 64 is email exhibit composite. And I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. Coach.
You may.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, and Wendy replied March 28, 2011. It includes content and paragraph 3, which is a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids, and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim, and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy made comments, and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendy are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
Kappelman, as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
I think it's relevant, Judge. Goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession to murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the motive.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
Take it. Take the instruction.
If we're asking, yes, we would ask for limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to, it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kappelman,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory. I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, I mean, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously I disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
Be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Kappelman. Well, down. Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendy. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, She likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client to Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendy Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top page. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It states Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
What's the date on that?
The date on that is capital.
1/17/13 today on Exhibit 64I.
As to any questioning of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is it's
Let's
a
go
statement
through
of a
both.
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging in her children's lives, particularly in their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to this offense.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel. You get the idea.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. That, you know, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, she's on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, as the state of mind and motive, I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
Okay, all of these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64 W, an email dated June 27th of 13. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. They just were proposing redacting that. Find the page for your honor. Page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page, 2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever your honor thinks on that one, Judge.
I believe the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
If in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015. I believe what's referenced here is 64HH. Yes, sir. May I approach?
You may.
Yeah, the other exhibit. Judge, this email is an email regarding Wendy moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location. So the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on, but the idea is that there was no fear for Wendy's safety. That email is dated
7/15, I believe, is the last date in the chain.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation with one witness but enter at a later point, that is certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July the 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste from Wendy Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at myrealestate.com.
That's not what we're given.
Can I show an exhibit to discuss?
Please do.
So this is what happens when they got confusion over what email's been marked and what one relates to what. The defense thought this was an email from Wendy to Jeff. Apparently it was not. And so the prosecution has now provided a copy of what it is all about. The court kept calling dated 7/15. Well, that doesn't help me, Judge. What year? Because some of these are going back as far as 2011, which has led for the defense to say kind of old, kind of remote. But allowing them in because the prosecution says, look, this goes to the motivation of the defendant to control her daughter and the kids. and her hatred of not just the decedent, but his parents, because she wants the kids all to herself.
Email that we've been handed is April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendy moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm gonna ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. They're being actively extorted under threat for their lives. One would expect and would inquire about such a thing.
You may lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with those, we had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
The exhibit that we were provided with, I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed, and then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times. At this point, we're 30 minutes behind where we should have been. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for, Judge. It's dated April the 20th of 2016. And it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64 I, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Its probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
The more of these last-minute motions the judge has to deal with, the more pissed off he's going to get, and the less likely he's going to be allowing some of this stuff, or he's going to cut it off and revisit it later. He just thinks this stuff should have been taken care of ahead of time, folks. And of the 5 they've been talking about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 of them have been defense objections to exhibits that they should have had. They're suggesting, well, they had a binder that was confusing, and this other one was clearer. And then the prosecution had one objection, which was basically granted as to another of these emails.
Compliment again, the purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad. about his father. What she's describing is her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Gentlemen, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so at the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Mrs. Adelson.
In commenting on how the child is said.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That, I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Sir, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties may I approach.
Okay.
This will be the first thing. I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as soon as they come back in. Sorry, Judge, I handed them the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready. No other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Yes, sir, I found the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendy here. I'm sorry, from Wendy to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendy Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask you admit it based on the statements made in opening statement by the defense.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now Wendy Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
Okay, that's what annoyed looks like.
The limiting instruction will be given.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear the limiting instruction because it's kind of odd. It's basically related directly to the email that suggests that Donna Adelson hates or hated not only Dan Markel, but his parents so that she could, have better control over Wendy and her grandkids. So there's going to be some sort of limiting instruction suggesting, I don't know, that information can only be used to determine the intent of Donna Adelson as it relates to her wanting to get rid of these annoyances, meaning the in-laws. I don't know. It's going to be quite dicey. I'd ask for it too, but then he says what he wanted to say, and it was like crickets, because defense counsel had no idea. So we'll see how that comes along. And for all these others, lay a foundation, lay a foundation, lay a foundation. These are motions in limine that should have been brought prior
Everyone
to
can be
trial.
seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
Okay, now this is a deviation from the last plan, and I think it's because the Wendy issue is not going to be ready for today. Maybe it is. All of those emails obviously focus on the Donna-Wendy relationship, right? So maybe they were trying to get out in front of that because
Do
she
you
is
swear
coming
or
on
affirm the testimony you're
today.
about to give will be the truth?
I don't know.
You may take your seat.
This guy's a new dude, though.
Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, CRAIG ISOM.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed,
Yes,
including his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
yes.
When and where did you approach Wendy Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:15 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 15 minutes after the shooting.
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals at the table.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
All right. And when you told her that you need to speak with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendy Adelson.
Okay.
And I had my badge on. I was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare, and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendy Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No,
Any Miranda rights read?
no,
Any use of force at all?
no,
She was not detained or under arrest?
no,
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
no,
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
no,
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
no.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone through it, and were still fighting in a contentious divorce
I'm going to show
regarding
you
child custody.
with child custody.
Including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with state's demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendy Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right. And did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence, and we would object to a witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Overruled, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Catwoman is doing right now. Overruled.
Move into evidence, State 60, Your Honor.
I was trying to find out when he testified the first or the most recent trial, and I'm still trying to figure that out. Obviously, his follow-up included that interview when the girls were tracked down at lunch, and that was the one point that Wendy said many times, I don't even know how they found me. I don't know. But his interview that day was pretty superficial, and I think they've made clear it wasn't as a suspect. It was more as, by the way, this has happened to the husband you're having a contentious custody battle over the kids with. Yeah, so, in the back of his head, he was thinking, she could be a suspect. But here she is having a nice little lunch at Mosaic, Mosiak, I think is how they spell that. I'm going to check that out next week if it's still in existence. Restauranteering is a tough business. So anyway, so that's his first contact with her, and that's what he's testifying about now, obviously, and they've got some sticking point. Yeah, Oasis Cat saying, I don't think this guy testified at Charlie's. That's why the name didn't ring a bell. I used to know a guy named Roy Isom. No relation. He was in the radio biz back in the day. So yeah, maybe that's why I couldn't find it, Oasis Cat, because it didn't happen. So you have to ask, okay, why is he coming into this trial then? Well, clearly, prosecution thinks he has more information that directly relates to what they're trying to prove against Donna Adelson. And we haven't gotten there yet. I can see that because we're heading toward the, you begin with the discussion about how contentious the divorce was, about fighting over a tennis racket, apparently. And then the reference to the move to South Florida being anticipated and asked for by Wendy. Well, that doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot in this case until you connect that to Donna Adelson, right? And there's Ruth Markel right there. So that's where they're going with this. I'm not sure what the hiccup is that is required the sidebar, but it's along that line of questioning. Because what happens is, and these are all legitimate issues for the defense, the more tenuous you get in these connections, the more difficult it is for the prosecution to prove what they need to prove for this conspiracy and the murder to attach to Donna Adelson. Again, this is the most distanced defendant of all of those that have gone before. So, you got these dicey little areas where, maybe it's not as clear as the prosecution would like. The defense makes that argument, makes those objections, and we'll see. I was looking at the other witness list, which between I think Joey and Dizzy have made available. We have witness lists that show who testified in the last trial. And then we have witness lists which are provided relating to this case. And I don't see, I'm looking now at the new state witnesses. I don't see Isom on this list either. So let's see if he was on the first amended list, which has 61 names on it. Luckily, they're, unlike certain cases, you might remember a little something called Karen Reed. Remember that? The witnesses were in alphabetical order by first name. And if you were an officer, you were listed under the O's. Or a trooper, you're listed under the T's. So let me see. Yeah, Isom is listed in their second amended witness list. And he did not testify in the last trial. So he is not on. I know that efforts were made to kind of put together a list of new state witnesses. He's not on the list of new state witnesses, which was not provided. That was an in-house, I'll call it in-house document, even though I had nothing to do with it. It was our people. And so he's not on that one, but I'm going to pencil him in right now. And we don't know until they take the stand. We don't know who's actually going to take the stand, but I'm going to put him on my updated list now of Donna new state witnesses. And he is listed as retired TPD, Tallahassee Police Department. Where did he go? I've lost him. Oh, yeah. The alphabet. That's right. Craig Isom. Okay. So this is quite a little discussion they're having here on this tidbit of his testimony. This case is one of those, some of them that are more, like a year or two out from the crime. You hear an officer is retired, and I always want, so many people seem to retire at or about the time of a given alleged crime. This is not that kind of case because it was 11 years ago. So I'm sure a lot of people retired, and it's not so unusual. Some of the cases, though, when they're a little newer and you hear everybody's retired, it just seems odd. Let's see if I've got any other witness lists that are contrary. Nope. And they had, just for if you're keeping track here, they had 31 state witnesses. No, I'm sorry, 29 state witnesses last time, a year ago, in the Charles case. And the defense had 2. And of course, anybody remember one of the 2? Charlie. Yeah, they also had an attorney. I think it might have been, I don't know, maybe a family law attorney. I'm not sure. Maybe a business attorney, Kristen Adamson. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see if those. We believe Charlie's going to take the stand. We believe Catherine Magbanwa is going to take the stand. We believe Luis Rivera is going to take the stand. Those are, those are folks that have kind of been through this before, either defending themselves or others. Yeah, so we'll see. They have, prosecution has almost twice as many witnesses on their list for this year as they did a year ago. So with everyone, just start asking yourself, okay, how does that witness help in the case against Donna as opposed to the cases that have gone before? I didn't know that did they kick the jury out again, because this looks like the standing to have the jury come back in. So I didn't know they kicked them out.
Please be seated. What's that? You can step down, Mr. Ison. Please step outside the courtroom.
Yeah, I was right. They were sitting there while the sidebar was underway in the middle of the witness. And then when it became clear that they got something they got to deal with, the jury has now been excused. As we would say, Your Honor, we have a matter of law in motion, which is kind of a signal to, jury, ixnay, ixnay on the jury, bay. Get them out of here. So this must be a much bigger issue than originally thought.
At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
He's seeing blank pages right now. His brain is frozen.
Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Yeah, and clearly, even though the prosecution did have one objection to a clarification on an exhibit, this is all on the defense. So you're sitting there, my life's in your hands, Bubba. What, can you get your shit together, or am I doomed here? She's looking over like, you have no clue what you're doing. Because, you know, Donna is not very understanding. Things aren't going Donna's way. Donna mad. And how do you think that feels? I would not want to be the attorney looking through that binder with the judge peering down at me after having now been, you know, spanked in front of everybody but the jury. I guarantee you, his brain, Joshua Zellman's brain is not functioning very well right now because of the heat that he's feeling from those eyes right there. Boop, boop. You know, he's boring holes through Zellman, and every minute that it takes for him to not find what he needs is being burned indelibly into the judge's brain. I don't know what history, if any, the judge has with Mr. Zellman, but I don't know. It doesn't seem to be giving him a lot of credit. You know, sometimes you work with a given judge over a period of time, you get a little credit in the bank, right? And then something happens that you didn't count on, you know, you make a withdrawal from that credibility bank. Now it's like, what the hell? What? Where is it? Where'd you say it? Have you seen it before? No. I thought it was in this binder. No, I don't. It's not in this binder. I told you that. Well, which one is it? I don't know. I can't find it.
Your Honor, subject to our objection concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Ison, Wendy Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
This is exactly what I was talking about. You know, this judge is not going to screw around with some sort of tenuous connection between the alleged actions of the defendant and.
I plan to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of paper in this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that, and we'll move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery.
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we could tie up later and move on right now?
You can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well. Please bring the jurors up.
Okay.
Please direct Detective Ison to come back in and take the stand.
He is just so over this.
Ison, come back in.
So here's what's going to happen, and this is not all that unusual. You've got an exhibit that you can't quite lay the foundation for with maybe one witness. Maybe it takes two, right? But you're confident you're going to be able to do that. So for the witness you can't complete the foundation with, you just use it as a demonstrative exhibit. You get what you can from that witness, depending on what's objected to. We're not sure what's going to happen with that. And then you tie it up with a subsequent witness, and at that point you move it into evidence. So I think that's what her plan is, because she doesn't want to, dick around with this. It's really, she did the right thing by saying, Your Honor, we complied. The defense did not. If the defense had brought motions for each of these documents to which they now seem to have a problem, then we wouldn't be wasting the jury's time. We wouldn't be wasting the court's time. This would be all done, wrapped up. But that didn't happen. So I think, hey, why not throw it back on the defense? They dropped the ball. I don't know if it's because they never thought about it. They're suggesting there was a binder mix-up. Hey, we never saw these documents. We got a different binder.
You may continue your examination, Ms. Kappelman.
Okay, buckle up. We'll see how this goes.
Thank you, Judge. No approach with States Exhibit 64. Do you recognize States 54?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
these are the emails, I believe. I believe these are from Wendy Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendy Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does States Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? For the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is, yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendy.
Okay.
And it's
what is,
CC'd to another individual.
okay. And what does Wendy do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we referred to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection? First of all, lack of foundation, and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Kappelman.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, then object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson.
moment. Members of the jury, the bail is going to take a vote.
I think I see some steam coming off Judge Everett's head.
This is exactly what he said we're trying to avoid by going through this. And I knew this was going to happen. You're going to get these objections because they haven't figured this out. I'm a little surprised that Ms. Kappelman hasn't had a prepared response to a hearsay objection. Because
Investigator Ison, if you could step down, please, sir. So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to?
Is it this one? I'm not sure. I still think it's in another binder.
Captain, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
Harumph. That's the legal term the judge is looking for. Yep. And there are some hearsay issues here. Remember, hearsay statement is any statement made other than by the witness while testifying. That's a pretty fine window. Other than by the witness while testifying. So even if I say something out of my driveway and I'm in testifying, that statement is still hearsay, even though I'm the one on the stand and I said it in my driveway. So you have to just be prepared for the bazillions of exceptions there are.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth where the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55. Show that.
I think we stipulated that.
Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
Are there any objections by the defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items?
No, Your Honor.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objections to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
the theory here is now we've got all this worked out, right? Not a chance. There's still, what's going to happen is either the defense is going to have to just sit on their hands and realize they've screwed this up, or they're going to totally piss off the judge.
Whichever portion of the foundation
Further.
you're capable of laying with detective, you can at least start it with that. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses.
I just saw a picture posted that Wendy is out in the hallway sitting on a bench waiting to be called, waiting. So obviously they had her there ready to roll. It's a question at this point whether it's going to happen or not because of this snafu and the screw up with all the documents. The worst part for the prosecution is it makes them look bad because it puts them in a position to defend something they should have been defending, if at all, well before the trial began, and not now. You know, because her position really is like, hey, they blew it. Defense blew it. It should not even be an issue now. But the fact is,
Please bring back in the jurors.
you can. There's a way to fix your problem. If you didn't bring it as a motion in limine, you're bringing it during the course of trial. The court has the right to hear it or not. And in most cases, the court is going to hear it because it could be reversible error if they just say, no, I'm not even going to talk about it. So it puts the prosecution in a bad spot because they're left, digging out from the defense laziness, incompetence, whatever it was that kept them from getting to these documents and arguing about them long before trial. And as you can tell, they all relate to the connection between Donna Adelson, the defendant, Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and the interaction between them that might affect motive, which always affects intent, even though nobody has to prove motive. You show that Donna Adelson had it in for anything Markel, and you're going to help the prosecution's case against this woman. At this point, all of these emails theoretically do that. And if we ever get to actually hear them talked about, see them maybe, I know crazy, might even see them, we can decide on our own, we here in the jury, can decide whether or not they get the prosecution where the prosecution needs to go. I was going to put this up on the screen. This comes from the Tallahassee Democrat, giving them credit, but I don't have time for that, so I'll just show you. And there's Wendy with some support person with her. I don't know who that person is. Can't really tell. But for those very concerned, clearly she has a different outfit on today. Not the one she wore in trial 1 or 2, which were identical, or trial 3, which was slightly different. This one looks more like more funereal, kind of basic black. Where to go? There we go. Basic black. A little short though. Wendy, I'm not sure I approve. That's a little short for going into court here. Come on. She has, I don't know, she have some notes ready there. Bottle of liquor? No, it's water, I think, but a nice pad of something. Because again, this is going to get into stuff that she hadn't dealt with in the Charlie case from a year ago, and certainly not from the other cases, which were much more specific and direct as to the shooter and the accomplice of the shooter. This is mommy dearest stuff, and it's going to be very interesting as the Adelsons turn on one another to see exactly where Wendy comes down in this scenario. What can she say that helps the prosecution? Remember, she has immunity, use and derivative, but there's still things that she can say that could spiral out of control and come back to bite her, even though not not direct testimony or derivative testimony from her.
Everyone
So
can be seated.
dicier, definitely a
Then
dicier
continue
situation.
with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
You, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation,
Yes,
and that's the court file.
yes,
All right, and as part of your investigation, did you review the emails that were subject to Wendy Adelson's Google search warrant?
yes,
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
yes, I did.
All right, and that motion was filed with the court.
Yes,
It was pending at the time of his death.
yes,
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
yes,
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
yes,
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the gist of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children
Why not?
because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, Mr. Isom, please do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes,
Did she call him any names?
yes,
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendy.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
How about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
I understand asshole, but is that a bad thing? Is that derogatory?
Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendy, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
Yes, she does.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
in this particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q, a May 3rd of 13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendy?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab V as in Victor, a June 25th email.
Good thing that wasn't leading. Holy cow.
Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab V as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26th, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendy and Dan start attending, or her at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes,
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes,
Did he have a life insurance policy?
he did.
What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from the second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendy Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness Gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. States 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 89.
Any objection? There you are. States 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the
I
gym?
believe it was
9:11 sound right?
9:11, yes.
We're talking about AM. So you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9:11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, a short time later, a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next door witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same time.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I have introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you. Is this black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door. Same car.
And that's Mr. Markel parking right there behind the flagpole.
That's correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle,
And is
green
the-
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger?
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
Who's that in the blue circle?
That's Mr. Markel exiting his vehicle.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct. It's Mr. Markel entering Premier's main doors.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes.
And when you know what's
This
about
is
to
still in
happen,
the front section where the car went from right to left.
this is so creepy.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite camera facing the opposite direction. And it's the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Yep. Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. I think
Okay.
it says 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the Premier in the same door he came in. I'm sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
Yeah, this will be really the last, there it is there, the last time you see him alive. Dan Markel leaving the gym.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry.
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
Where's that?
That's him exiting.
And will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
backside. See it? Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you catch suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it was a bus off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video.
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is, the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right? What is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble, though,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time, yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
I think it's interesting that would these suspects need
Does
to
the evidence
follow
suggest
him?
that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this.
Don't they know the address? Don't they know where he's going? Don't they? I would think that's all sussed out for these crack criminals, that they wouldn't have to follow him.
Okay, now orient us.
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Baden. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Baden Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
You found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Baden Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please?
Pretty amazing they had that bus like working for
So
the
the
cops.
last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Baden Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40, no, 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But,
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened. And you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane at 10:55. They've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
Okay, and you say they. Why do you say they?
Well, here shortly, you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a solid black shirt or upper top.
Better eyes.
And this is a slowed down version
I
to try to
have.
get a better look at those occupants.
Garcia would be on the passenger side and Rivera driving.
All right.
But-
What are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right. Is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the sun pass transponder. So we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 06 and 09 in the state.
Correct.
All right. So what do we do to try to track down the sun pass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the Sun Pass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a Sun Pass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything Orlando south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis?
Yes.
Who performed the cell phone analysis?
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, and is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
And we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right, and what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't. It was way too many. We couldn't find anything that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75 from west to east, from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything with in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation. And I explained to them what I had. I said, we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009, silver fine mica, not that they had that in the records. I says, but we have them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County. And there was only one Prius. And that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the windshield, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they could still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
Okay. Did law enforcement go to Save Gas
They
in
did.
Miami?
Yes.
Was there any documentation discovered at that business
There
related
was.
to the rental of this vehicle?
It was.
67. Let's approach and show you what I marked as state 67. Recognize state 67?
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Moving evidence, state 67, Your Honor.
67 is admitted.
Permission to publish 67.
You may.
And what did we learn about the people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there? Who rented the vehicle?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami, is the one that rented this car.
And did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes,
Is that the number listed right here?
yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. Approach and show you what I've marked in the state exhibit 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-75.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different, this was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
Not familiar with the Save Gas rental company, but I don't know. You're renting a car that's between 5 and 8 years old. Yikes. But you're saving money. That's the key. When you're doing a hit, saving money is top of the list.
Not the right thing.
Once again, a document snafu has slowed down the pace. At least we're going, and I think we'll see Wendy this afternoon. Sure, she won't finish, but I think we're going to see her.
We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone records. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 55. Recognize this exhibit?
I do.
This is sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move into evidence states 55.
Yes, no objection to the publishing.
55 is admitted at this time.
Okay, well, we'll work on that too.
That's what happens when you have a witness you didn't have on the last trial or 2 or 3. This guy's new to this trial. Don't have all the documents in order. That is a motley crew there.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the 2 subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got 2 different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had 2 separate numbers, but his main one was 570 that was on the rental contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those 2 go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to establish any link through people between the 2 that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, did you develop a theory or any evidence as to why these 2 people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanwa, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay. And
At
did
the
she
same
have,
time,
go ahead.
same time, we also found out she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right. So initially, was there any connection between these 2 guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right. So this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanwa.
The only connection we could find.
Okay. And was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanwa as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right. And did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And were the 2 of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanwa's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County, Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanwa, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanwa, but no W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that showed what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
What, was it regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes,
Was Ms. Magbanwa present when you entered the building?
no,
And did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
the initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who Magbanwa was. The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68. Recognize 68?
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for Magbanwa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
Right. And did the records include any job description for Ms. Magbanwa?
No,
Any employment application,
no,
schedule,
no,
timesheet,
nope,
W-2 forms or tax filing records?
nope,
Any performance evaluations?
none,
So only the checks.
only the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine Magbanwa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
Right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes. Actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what pay period?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks prior.
concluded. Okay.
According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes.
Did you notice in your review of that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
Yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that Magbanwa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service offsite for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No.
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
That's correct.
When was Catherine Magbanwa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016.
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. Magbanwa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Because lack of relevance, he's about to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
Dispute objection. Ms. Kaplan, please lay the foundation as this matter in this trial. Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
So let me back up. So while Miss Magbanwa was detained on scene, where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, Magbanwa, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. Magbanwa?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in this. And so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
There's relevance. This is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
So you speak to Kawas and your next phone call is from Charlie's lawyer?
Correct.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, please quench your thirst. Get in there, sir. This will be the first witness that the defense has cross-examined. So this could be good, could be bad, could be somewhere in between.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned.
Yes.
Obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct?
Mm,
You started getting them in July?
yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendy Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach?
well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanwa, correct?
Right.
and you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanwa, or you see Katie Magbanwa's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendy said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
You have
This is going swimmingly. Just because he says, "Isn't it true?" when asking a question doesn't mean it really has any punch or significance. The "isn't it true" was as to the shared email account, because in theory, then you're going in the direction of, so you don't know who really sent or forwarded that email. Isn't that true? It could be one of two people, and one of them is not my client.
You identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Dan Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendy as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as a custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendy didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanwa from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee?
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanwa.
And when Miss Magbanwa was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number was he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanwa's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanwa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Kawas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did
No,
you?
sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion.
Yes.
And you're educated, absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
Why was he glad the motion was easy for him to understand? I don't even get that throwaway comment. I don't get it.
I just if he needed to take a break.
Yeah. He needs to refill the cup. Or not. Don't ask the jurors. They want a break. The grandmother motion was the one to relocate the family.
Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendy. Ah. The sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from?
Yes.
It says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendy, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one become available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. Go ahead.
This should be short. Not a whole lot to deal with here. The best move he made was the whole husband-wife email. I give him credit for that. I would have made that argument. Especially when it's signed either Harvey or Dad. But who doesn't know that Donna's pulling the strings and wearing the pants? If she said, send them an email, I set up the appointment for the Geek Squad, Harvey's doing it. So, but it's still going to have to be cleaned up because it makes it look like it wasn't Donna that had anything to do with that. And that's a key part of their prosecution case, and that is that she set up this appointment with
Defense
the
pointed out,
Geek Squad.
hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? DonnaHarvey@gmail.com. Some of these are signed Dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed Mom?
Right.
Okay, and drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment. State's Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this one,
Harvey has his own bench, you know. Not that it bothers me, not that I haven't been talking about it since the very beginning of the day, but he does. They've blocked off a bench or two for all of the Adelson supporting family, and they're empty.
all right, so we've got some from mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
You may step down, sir. Will he be retained? You may be recalled at some point in the trial. There's your name, contact with the insurance. What's that? Yes, sir.
Please, no recross. Thank you so much.
Members of the
Okay,
jury
so this
will
guy,
take a break at this
there you
point.
go. Good idea.
Briefly, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
And guess what's coming up after that? Can I have a drum roll, please? We believe it'll be Wendy Adelson. Aha! Which means if she gets back, if she gets on there at 4 and they go to 5:30, they're not going to finish her today. But get into a pretty good chunk of sassy, snarky, arrogant testimony. So let's talk about that, the redirect there, which had to do with exactly what I
Everyone
suggested.
can be seated. Just a reminder for the gallery while the testimony is taking place. If you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
Yeah, good luck. Anyway, so she went right back in, Kaplan, to say, so there are a lot of emails and might be mom, and dad. I don't think that gets her where she needs to go, because the defense is perfectly legit in making that distinction. That it's like the argument I always make about cell phones. Every year it becomes less and less convincing. But the fact is, just because it's on my cell phone doesn't mean I had it and was going wherever it says I went, or doesn't mean that I sent the text, or doesn't mean, unless it's a voice call, that I made the call. Okay? That you can't just presume that or assume that, especially in a legal context. So this is the same thing. We have these emails. Hey, not only is it in two people's names, who had access to the computers? That's what I always want to know. Are those kids playing with the computer? Are there friends that have borrowed the computer and maybe they're using your email? To me, I don't just say those are a given, that if my name's on the email, or in this case, Harvey and Donna's names are on the email, that only those two could possibly have drafted an email. I just don't, I'm too cynical. I'm too, I'm suspicious. So anyway, she did the best she could to at least suggest, hey, it's a joint email, but they both have their names on the email. It's almost like they're acting in concert. So anything from Harvey or dad is also from Donna. And I think the reality is Donna says, Harvey, send an email to Wendy. Tell her about the Geek Squad I set up. That I would believe. And we know that the Geek Squad thing, of course, is critical because it was set up purposely or not, depending on whose side you believe, to coincide with at or about the time that Dan Markel was shot, because then Wendy has the Geek Squad, the classic Geek Squad alibi, right? So that's Isom, by the way, in case you missed him. He didn't testify last time. He did testify in the earlier Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine Magbanwa cases, but not in. I don't know how they worked around him last time. I was looking at the official list of those who testified in Charlie's case to see who might have provided basically the same information. We know Sims had very little to do with anything after the day of. They might have gotten it in through, I think his name is Brandon. He was an officer with the Tallahassee PD. Anyway, they worked around him for the purposes of Charlie Adelson's trial. Okay. So let's see what was interesting within this cross-examination. Again, first cross-examination that we've heard. He made a point of saying, look, all of these emails we've heard about, all of the back and forth is more connection between Wendy and others, not Donna and others. His goal is really just to cut that connection off, cut it off at the knees in any way that he can. I think you have to acknowledge some of the more, unimportant type connections. They existed. It's a mother, it's a daughter. They had a very, I just see Oasis Cat. And I think you might be right. Patrick Sanford, the FBI guy, provided a lot of that information. We actually thought if you followed the last trial, Patrick Sanford was also on day one. But because Wendy's hanging out in the hallway, or at least she has been, kind of think she might be coming up next. And if I'm the prosecution, I'd love to leave that hanging on a Friday afternoon. But we'll see. Maybe Sanford is queued up to take the same spot that he would have had against Charlie. We'll see. The relo. The whole thing about the relo, he's asking, and this relates to the $1 million. Remember, there was a $1 million, depending on who you believe, it was either a bribe to the victim, Dan Markel, or it was to pay his expenses, because if they're going to relocate to the Southland, he has to stay, that 7+ hour drive or short flight, really, from Tallahassee to North Miami. Then we'll give you this money, because then you can cover all those expenses and it won't be, costs that you have to bear. That's how generous we are to you, even though you're now a former family member. But we want the kids to be able to see their dad, so we will give you $1 million. That's just how nice we are. So that's how you might characterize it. Others might say it was a buy-off, a bribe. Here, put $1 million in the bank. Come down if you want. Don't come down if you want. But they did do some research on the cost of flights, which supports the argument that it was just, this is for expenses. Here's $1 million. Where that money was going to come from, ultimately, little fuzzy. Not sure whether it was mostly from Donna and Harvey, because they had some money, but so did Charlie. Charlie wasn't struggling. You see the house, we'd borrowed the video from Misha Janis. That house, he paid like $600 for it, and I'm not sure where he was in the transaction when it sold, but it sold for twice that. But he wasn't doing badly. It's just, I don't know if this guy's going to scrape up the money to contribute to that $1 million pot. We do know he had a lot of these, right? He had a lot of these $1,000 stapled piles of money. Mine, I'm sorry to say, not moldy, not yet. But he had 138,000 of these in his safe, which he gave to Catherine Magbanwa as part of, allegedly, his plan to pay for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But he didn't have the kind of money he didn't have enough moldy money to contribute to that $1 million payoff. I think that had to be coming mostly from Donna and Harvey. Didn't happen. There was no takers. Okay. I do think it's interesting that it was Charlie's attorney that called in response to the reach out to Catherine Magbanwa. She's arrested. She's told, hey, if you want to talk about this, get in touch. Charlie's attorney gets in touch. Interesting. So let's talk about this brain trust that pulled off the crime. And it's so sad that they were successful. I'm just not sure how it worked. They're so stupid. Dumb and Dumber, renting their Prius from, Save Gas. Is that what it's called? Save Gas rental, car rental. I appreciate they took a Prius. They're very concerned about the environment, very concerned. So they took the Prius, and I understand, I've done some research. It is the top choice of assassins, the Prius. So they drive up, they've got the toll pass thing going, the Sun Pass in Florida, which tracks everything. I don't know if any more in Florida, this was in 2014, obviously. I don't know if any more in Florida You can even go to a toll booth and pay cash, because that's what, as a hired hit person, that's what I would have done. I'm just going to pay cash. Then the most they've got is, they're going to have the video of the car, of course, but they're not going to have the Sun Pass. That's just such solid information. But I just don't know if they had that option or if they were smart enough to take advantage of it. When you rent a car, as I am when I'm going down there next week, they ask you, and I paid for, the Sun Pass option, because otherwise you're stuck stopping, paying every toll. And these damn rental car companies, they charge an administrative fee, right, on top of any toll you don't pay. Because a lot of these toll booths now, and I've gotten tickets for this. I got a ticket for it when traveling, I think it was in Portugal. You don't have their pass, whatever it is, and the license is to the rental company, not to you. So that goes to the rental company, and if it's a $10 ticket, they charge you 20 extra bucks for the admin fee. Yeah, that's me. Oh, I'm hearing you can still use cash. Well, that's the way to go. If you're going to set up a hit, that's the way to go. It limits the tracking. They're still going to find you. They got the pictures. They're going to have your cell phones, which these guys, remember, they had their cell phones on up until just before the murder and then for some time after. Not a lot. So anyway, these dumb guys go up there. I wasn't sure why they needed to track him from the gym, since they knew where he lived. They knew where the house was. Why not just go there and hang out? He's living alone. They know that. Why not just go there and hang out? Anyway, they decided they had to track him. So you get this really eerie, creepy video of that Prius, following him as he leaves. Most creepy is, seeing him leave the gym, knowing that that's the last video that anybody will ever see of him alive. Apparently, and from all these trials, we would know if they had any. There's no ring video or any sort of video of, arriving at the house. So what we see of him at the gym as he's leaving, that's it. We're going to see some cell phone analysis coming up, and that'll track some of the issues I've just talked about with the drive up and down the tollway. Let's see. What else? He had Dan Markel had a $2.7 million estate, which was made up primarily of $2 million in one insurance policy. There was a $60,000 policy from the school, Florida State University. And then there were some survivor benefits as well that all would go to Wendy Adelson, and did, as far as we know. Bring him in. Get him in here. Let's go. Chop, chop.
May I address the court while she's working on the jury? I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
I believe Ms. Kaplan just brought it up because there might have been discussion laws.
No. Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some of the...
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm referring to the divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
Right. That was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
hers.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You are certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I believe the objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge, my understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case, And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete, as the state 60, it's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
All righty. That means Wendy is
Want to
being
have him seated before we bring in the
You can
jury?
bring in Rivera first.
held off till Monday. How unfortunate. So, Mr. Rivera, very popular, not as a killer, but as a witness. This guy is a wealth of information. I don't know how she gets done with him. Well, maybe she can get done in an hour and a half. I don't think. Well, I've seen some of the cross. Maybe it wouldn't take that long. But yeah, this guy's he's solid, and you know, I'm sure he's going to come in the jail togs and you know, all the accoutrement of a convicted killer.
You can bring in the jurors.
Brought him in from the back.
You can take a seat.
There we go. Cuffed up. Looks like he's picked up a couple of LBs since last year's testimony. Eating well in the hood. Looks like he's staring down Donna, doesn't it? Wow. Yikes. Yeah, he definitely, he looks a little rougher, a little bulkier. And I think he is. He's giving her the mean eye. Yeah, I don't know if he's working out so much as he is eating. I mean, that, maybe he's lifting a little bit, but I think what he's lifting most is knife and fork.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this
And
sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak out, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One more, Mr. Rivera.
I believe his deal was for
What
19
was your
years.
sentence on the second degree
Oh.
murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right, did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then, when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was total was be like 100, something like that.
Okay, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phones.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah,
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The objection states 44.
No objection.
Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 24 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
And this?
Katie,
Who's that?
my baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so
Okay.
long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck. On the
Okay.
car.
So Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes,
And what did you do on the first trip?
we drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days, sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
It's, the car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Markel.
leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Twice.
Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage and it's sitting down the driver's side on the phone
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
Got thrown away
Thrown away where?
in the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
That's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
Okay. So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please. Your Honor. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in a barber shop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. Hey, I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barber shop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was all stapled.
Was it cash money?
Cash. all
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No,
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
46 and 47. Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
Man, I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136. Is this it? I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 136. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice
Absolutely.
on the particular call that reference?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 136.
Objection. States 136 is admitted.
We know there were some very interesting phone calls between the players in this case.
One moment,
And they really helped connect the people. Will they connect Donna strongly enough to get her convicted? I'm not so sure. Remember the whole Latin King pretrial motion? The defense did not, the prosecution did not want Sigfredo Garcia or Luis Rivera referred to as Latin King members, but it was okay to label them as gang members. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know enough about Latin Kings to know if being a gang member, generic, is better or worse than being a specific gang like Latin Kings. I don't know.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Overall, he has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time.
What,
Answer the question.
what would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
That's very interesting. A little more tight than I thought it might be. He's consistent. He's always, what he does is what he does. There was a chance, I thought he was supposed to be released from federal prison on the 30th of June. I have not been able to confirm that that's happened. I can't tell from what he's wearing. But then he'll go right into the state system for, I think he has another 8 years. Remember, he took the 19-year deal. And then there's good time served and all of that. So probably he'll be out in 6-7 years from the state system, unless he gets into some shenanigans while he's behind bars. Let me know if you can tell. I can't tell if that's a federal prison tog or state. I always thought the state were more like orange, but I might be confusing states. I've seen a few. I wonder. So that says everybody's asking the same question. You know, what if this guy finishes up with cross and whatever redirect there might be, and then he recross? Will Wendy Adelson take the stand? I don't know. I mean, this is going to take at least half hour. It's got to, just counting the ums. But that would put them a half hour before a normal end of day. I don't know. You know, the judge is trying to make use of every minute they have. He was all mad because of the issues with some of the documents earlier today that were not properly prepared and or objected to prior to trial. So he may think, hey, get her in here. If she's out there in the hallway, cooling her heels, get her in here. And, we'll kill a half an hour, at least setting up some of the foundational information. She can probably get in a couple of hair flips maybe in that period of time. I'm not sure. So who knows? We'll see. See how this
Good
goes.
afternoon,
Looks
Mr.
like Miss
Garcia.
Fulford is doing the cross.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
just hold on to that for a second.
Jackie Fulford almost touched his shoulder after she called him Garcia, then she thought better of it.
Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie Magbanwa, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Well,
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
he ain't released.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
Yeah, that was about 20 minutes shorter than I thought it would be.
Parties can approach.
So now they're going to have little confab here, I'm guessing, on, look, we've got 50 minutes here. What can we do during that time? What are the witnesses they've got queued up here? What, how do we use this time most efficiently? So on the cross, Jackie Fulford did what she could do, which was point out that it was Wendy Adelson who wanted the kids. It was Wendy Adelson that wanted, apparently she gave him some sort of document back in March of this year, and it had pictures of all the players on it. And she asked, okay, what about who wanted the kids for themselves? And he would mark this thing accordingly. And when asked about Harvey and Donna Adelson, if they wanted, as he understood it, if they wanted him to kill Dan Markel, then mark them. And he said,
We
said no.
to go into recess for the day.
Ha!
The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case. Once again, I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you Monday. Yes.
Woohoo! Yeah, I saw Joel, Surviving the Survivor, yawning there. I don't hold that against him. It is the easiest place to nod off in court. And I mean, usually it's a little tougher when you're at one of the counsel tables. Yeah, I usually try to stay awake. But in the gallery, when things, the end of the day and things are drifting, and it's very easy. I've done this more than once in the gallery, hoping I'm not caught on camera or somebody sees me. I'll be like this, the head bob, when your head just falls, and it's not a good look. But I acknowledge it's happened, and I would be shocked if it doesn't happen next week, especially on the first day when I'm traveling so super early in the morning. But that's okay. I'm not complaining, just observation. I'm giving Joel a bit of a break. So, yeah, what do you think? Day one is over. They may have something to play with here that they can take care of while they've got a little extra free time. Maybe the judge is reminding them that, let's not have a repeat of what we had midday today, where the defense all of a sudden is objecting to documents. In this case, it was specifically texts between some of the parties or the family. And, this could have been done anytime between when you got the case. Remember, a year ago, when it didn't go, this defense team was not in place. So at some point when they became involved, which I think was just about the first of the year, this is the stuff you're going through. These are the things that are most damning to your client. These are the things you're most likely wanting kept out, limited, something. So you should do that. Why not get that out there before we're sitting here and I've got a jury cooling their heels back there. They've already gone through all the snacks. I can't keep them, just twiddling their thumbs. So I hope you made that very clear that we don't need that crap anymore. Do your job, be ready to go. I think, and I should apologize to Jackie Fulford, because I always felt it kind of seemed like she was second chair, just maybe because the way they presented themselves, during all of the pretrial activities. So I was thinking, well, I guess, but now, yeah, that's right. I admit it. I thought she was second.
Typical man. Please report at 9:15. And by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
All righty then. So you know what that probably means? They do have something to do on Monday morning, because I have a feeling if he didn't already say it, he's going to tell these teams to be there at 8:30, and the jury's going to be coming in basically an hour later. So you don't do that really unless you got something you need to clean up. So maybe he's made that impression, and maybe they do have some things they want to make sure they have all ship shape, so they don't waste any more of the jury's time. He looks a little something. He's doing the pen tap. He looks a little impatient, maybe a little annoyed.
Ms. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago. So.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness and go through it smoothly. We'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest from the weekend. You all prefer to do it that way.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the ATM still images, Exhibit 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection. No. There are. States 37 is admitted. Briefly before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted and has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, and 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit Stacy exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed, what else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
That matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used. We
Yes.
advise the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes. And the foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64AA. All right. 8:30 on Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Well, all righty then. I have a special guest that's going to be coming on. Apparently, fresh off assignment, Kenney Baden is going to join us. We'll have just kind of an impromptu wrap up here instead of doing our normal, 6 o'clock end of the day, because I'm tired of myself already. So I will spare you guys from any more than necessary. We'll have her on. We'll talk about all the some of the issues of the day. She was busy, so I'm not going to expect a fact-based analysis from her, but she knows this case so well. I'll bring up some of the issues that I thought were interesting. We'll just chat. We'll just chat about that for a little bit as soon as she is ready to pop on. I talked about Garcia and Rivera. You like Rivera? People have always liked this guy. This is the shortest he's ever been on the stand, the shortest. And the key is, even with the prosecution, they have to admit it's not like Donna called him up. Hey, Lewis, here's the plan. They know they don't have that. So, why dwell on him being on the stand? I get that. So these guys were so stupid. Kenney Baden has entered the studio. I've never seen that notice before. I've never seen that notice before. There, I got rid of her. I never saw that notice before.
What
Hold on
notice
a sec.
was it?
Wait a minute. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. There we go. Oh,
Now I
I'm
have to tell
now
you,
I'm
you see-
nauseous. There was
You see me, I ran down because I played a poker all that day, not successfully. Okay,
Yeah,
I will
don't take
tell
that
you.
out on us.
Okay, all right, but let's not start on that. But here I am. I ran down. This would be my poker look. Okay, I have not changed. I have not combed my hair. I have not put makeup on. So here we are.
So where was I?
What happened? What's been going on?
No, nothing happened. Not much. Just a couple of folks testifying. Wendy
I
did not
was-
testify, which I'm sure you're aware.
I was aware. I was following that all the time. Like, oh, what do you mean she's there? What kind of dress is she in? Was she in the
Yeah.
same dress that she wore for the third trial?
As I said, it answered the burning question. She has more than 2 outfits. So
Right.
it was very, I called it funereal.
Who was she
very
sitting with?
black.
Yeah, well, I
Well,
thought it was
the
Navy. I thought it was
guesstimate, the
Navy.
guesstimate was it was Jane. That has not been confirmed.
That's what it
but
looked like.
It looked kind of like her, because I have to get down on the floor with just my head showing above the table to imitate Jane, because that's her preferred position.
It looked like her. Matter of fact, I when I was at the poker table, I was following this, and probably why I lost.
Probably why you were distracted.
concentrate.
See? Yeah.
Well, you're more important, and our viewers are more important. But I had made this commitment to do this today, and I have to say one funny thing that it's a bad beat day, right? Like whoever can win the bad beat, you can win it's called a frenzy bad beat. You can win $100,000 for your table. They didn't count, like if it was how many bad beats an individual poker player had, I would have won. I would have won.
It's not a competition.
But
so for that $100,000, you could you could hire somebody to knock somebody off for $100,000.
Oh my God! I mean, I
That's the
couldn't
going rate.
believe listening to. I have to tell you, listening to this from afar, as opposed to like I'm on the air with you doing it, but looking at it and watching it, it's just it's a worse story when you see it. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be here with you. Poor Michael Bryant has been taking, doing all day, and he's such a great
every other question is like, where's Linda? Where's Linda? Where's Linda? Where's she been? What's the deal? So let me finish this thought before we move into something else.
Okay.
I was talking about how just inept these guys were as a hit team, and I had forgotten that they tried to go up there in June the first time, and they followed him around, and thankfully they decided, let's not do it when he's dropping the kids off at the school. I mean, they got some scruples. They draw the line, and so at some point during that trip, Sigfredo Garcia is in the passenger seat, as he has been, in a car he rented, not the Prius that was ultimately used. And he's screwing around, and he fires the gun and shoots
through the
floorboard and nicks the fuel line.
I heard that on the way back.
Bad movie. It's like just a horrible plot twist. And so the car is disabled. They have to go somewhere. They buy a piece of tubing to make the repair just so they can get home. So that's failed. If you do that, wouldn't you get back home and think, maybe this is a bad idea? Maybe just not a good idea.
If you did this in a movie, people would say no one would believe you. I mean, what inept hitman? But they weren't inept hitman.
That's brutal.
They're stupid, and they wanted the money. And when when I lost service because I'm in an area of no service. I mean, I passed 2 buck deers and a bear, because I told you I came through the hunting grounds to try to get here 15 minutes faster. Since there's no hunting right now, I figured I was okay. I wasn't going to get accidentally shot in the car. But when I'm listening to it, and I'm saying, but then they went out and bought like a motorcycle, right?
They both got motorcycles, and Sigfredo also got a car. But that was. I mean, they have very superficial wants and needs. It wasn't like, I need to get some money to put in the college fund for my little one. No, that was not the motivation. So,
and I always ask people, and this is from a friend of ours who will always say this: what's the cheapest commodity in the world? What's
money?
The human life. It's
the cheapest commodity in the world. Way to put it.
A lot of people on this earth, and a lot of people who will do things like do a hit for very little money. I think, right?
I've heard 5-10 grand. People do it for 5 or 10 grand.
Oh my God, the morals and the lack of morals but one thing was interesting to me, and you all follow this case, you all don't know this case a lot. Again, one of the last things I heard not only was that, but was that Luis Rivera, who, by the way, I think is a very good witness for the prosecution.
Super witness. Yeah.
He said that Sigfredo Garcia had called Katie, right? Because that's how they were going to get their money, and that's how they're going to pay it. And he was, and Kappelman asked him, "Are you interested? Were you interested?" I called, "Yes, I was." "Why were you interested?" "Because that's how I'm going to get paid." Blah blah blah. And then what he said? Well, what happened on the call? Well, why did it have to be done that day? And he said something to the effect, through Kappelman's leading, I will add,
very leading
with no objection,
yeah.
That Katie had a call with Wendy, and Wendy told them that Dan Markel was leaving the area. Inference, therefore, it had to be done that day. Now, there was hearsay in that. There's double hearsay. There's leading.
I couldn't believe, and she would reinforce it. So that was what Wendy was told by so-and-so, who then told so-and-so, who then told, are you kidding me? And the defense team is sitting on their hands?
The defense team is sitting on their hands, but if indeed Katie is going to this time say that, is going to say that directly, is going to say, that was, that was the contact. I was there when this happened. Because we know Sigfredo is not going to testify.
Well, then you might as well put the cuffs on Wendy.
Then you might as well put the cuffs on Wendy. So maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe they're looking for to get Sigfredo to say that at some point. Maybe that's, because that was the story, right? And I don't think they can show that yet at this point, because that you had the double hearsay, the leading, and the defense apparently went through all this stuff this morning, where people were ragging them about objecting to.
It was brutal. Yeah, we were all over that mess.
You were all over. But can I just say something as a defense attorney? When you are a new defense team, you better object to things that hadn't been objected to before. Now, the mistake they made maybe is not making the in limine motions, which pissed the judge off, right? Yes. Before the trial.
Yeah, I don't fault them for the attack in general. It's just how it was done. It should have been done many more times. Then if you want to make the objection again during the course of trial, great. And somebody will remind you there was a motion in limine, so shut up, sit down. But not to bring it up at all until your day one of trial, and it starts to bog down the system, and it makes it look like you have no clue what's going on. You got a binder that you are not sure is the one you got the first time, therefore you can't find the actual texts and emails that they're specifically they just looked horrible. The judge was getting mad.
Oh, I mean, again, I followed.
He
that
almost
because
called
I couldn't have the the phone on playing. Matter of fact, I'm not supposed to have the phone on when I'm in a hand. But
yes, because you can cheat.
I don't cheat. I'm Catholic.
Isn't that what that's about? You know, you're.
But that's what
playing,
about, right?
Yeah,
That's what about. You can't have.
What's he got?
Right.
What?
You
He's got
can't
what?
have the phone when you're in your hand, and when you're on the phone, you have to step away usually from the table. You can text, and what I was doing was following Twitter, and sending you screenshots, which I'm sure you didn't need because you're listening to things. I'm like, oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, and the one about Wendy's outfit, I just it was far too short. That was I have concern if it's a far too inappropriate length. Okay,
What?
it looked funereal, kind of black, right?
It looks like to me dark navy. Like, aren't
Okay.
you wearing dark navy right now?
Let's
you
see.
wearing
I
dark
am
navy?
definitely wearing dark navy because Wendy and I talked.
No, I
So-
see. I'm wearing black.
Yeah, it does. It is because the
lost.
person next to her. Here's another reason that I think that it's.
Oh, no, that's what happens
Jane.
when you.
Here's
okay,
another
but
reason I think it's Jane.
she's holding on to her. But
Yes.
That's what happens when you
Yes.
cross your legs. Okay,
Yes.
come on. I mean.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
So
did
you're
you
telling
go
me
to-
that's
did
what,
you
like
go
a
to-
couple of
did you
inches
go-
above her knees?
Yes.
No
did
way.
you go to Catholic? Yes, it is. Did you go to Catholic school? The nuns would be complaining about that. We're past that, Michael. We are in the year
No,
2025.
I'm concerned about how people perceive Wendy when she takes the stand.
They're going to
She's
perceive her
like
Michael,
a killer.
Michael.
Look at that. That's
What am
way
I going
too
to
much
do with
thigh.
what am I
Way
going
too
to?
much thigh.
Isn't that interesting that as a man you would feel that way? Okay, and I'm telling you, as a woman, yeah, but if I sit down in court, sometimes I'm wearing
When
pants. But if
she's
I'm
not a
wearing shirts-
hooker.
What are you talking about, Michael?
Is she a hooker? Oh, wait a minute.
Oh my God, I leave him for one day and this is what happens. Where's your wife, Michael? We need to have a dress code discussion about what women wear in
Well,
2025.
let's see if she wears this on Monday. Because now she's, you know how women are. People have seen her.
I'm like, yeah, me too.
People have seen this outfit now, so I'm not sure she can wear it again. She might have to wear a different outfit.
Oh, my God. When you sit down and you cross your legs, your skirt tends to go. And the first of all, that's not inappropriate. I have been to the Southern District where people are getting sworn, young lawyers are getting sworn in wearing skirts shorter than that. You are out of touch with women, okay?
Well, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
My wife would tell you
Typical
that.
man.
Yeah. So, I got no argument for that.
Oh, my Lordy, my Lordy.
So I don't know where we were going. I forgot.
All I know is that, but that's interesting that but it should be in a seat as a juror, as a male juror, you would think that you're trying to be duped because of how she looks. Is that what I'm getting from
I
you?
would just think what you wear reflects respect for the process. So if you wear something I think is less than respectful, then I'm going to take you less credibly.
Yeah, but dresses when you sit down in skirts, they
I know
go
you
up.
said that many
Right.
times. We'll see.
I'm
we'll see
saying that
Monday if
again.
when she stands up, it doesn't mid thigh.
I can't believe we're having this discussion. As you can see, we said we were a free for all. Come on, everybody, chime in. I think we should have a poll on this one. Is Wendy's
whether her
dress
dress is too
appropriate or
short?
appropriate or inappropriate for court? Okay. I think
Oh, there it
it's
is. Oh, good. Thank you.
Right,
Where were
thank
you earlier when I was trying to get this picture up?
Okay. Now what's that? What is that being drunk? Now, see, what I would look at is what's
vodka.
She's not having vodka. I would screenshot that and I would do like I did that, in the court. Look, last week I wore rhinestone bows on my shoes to federal court. Is that inappropriate?
I'd have to see them to make a final determination.
Oh my God!
On its face, that doesn't offend me. How high were the heels?
About like this, about maybe
Okay, like a
inch.
flat. Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
perfect.
they're almost like a flat.
That's another thing.
But they're like a little heel.
We don't see her heels. They're strappy. These shoes are strappy. Look at that. But we don't know how high the heels are.
I can't believe we're having a dress code discussion. Now, are you doing that about Luis Rivera's garb?
I was,
or
because
whatever?
I was curious whether his togs were from a federal prison or not, because he was supposed to be released on the federal stint June 30th.
I'm going to tell you that I think that next time we have a man on the stand, we should actually start critiquing the man.
I
because
also talked about
only happens when women are on the
No,
stand.
not with me. I talked about James Geiger, the very nice, lovely neighbor. This time he wore a sport coat. Last time he didn't wear a sport coat. So I suggested maybe he did that because this case has gotten maybe bigger than last time, and he thought it'd be a larger audience, and he wanted to be a little spiffier. But yeah, look at
Maybe
those
he's
shoes. I
cold.
want to see those heels.
Maybe he's cold. You want to? Here's my shoes. You want my shoes? Here's my shoes. Okay, you like those? They're boots. Okay, they're
Looks like you're
Chanel.
going
They're
to a
Chanel
rumble.
boots.
You look like
I
you're going
have
to a
Justice
rumble.
Sir. This is why I lost. I was wearing Justice Sir TV
Well, yeah,
pants.
blame-
I
yeah.
guess and all. So yeah. So there's the issue. Let's have a discussion whether these are appropriate. Okay. All righty.
I'll bet you wouldn't wear those to court.
Oh, absolutely. I'd wear those. To
Oh, you
court.
would?
Yeah.
With
I
what?
would.
What pants that cover
With
the
pants
whole
that
thing?
cover pants that cover them.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So again, if anybody has a picture of those shoes, and I'm not a shoe fetish guy, but I just think that if those are spiky heels, I win the argument.
Yeah, but you know what? It also depends. This is Florida. Now, did you ever live in Florida? I didn't live in Florida. I have no
I've never
desire
lived
to
in
live in
Florida.
Florida. I have no desire.
It's a
to live in
buggy. It's a buggy hot time of year. I get that.
But this dress is totally appropriate. When you sit down, dresses right up. I'll
What
say it
about
again.
what Jane is wearing? If that is Jane, she has like blouse and pants, right?
So
Is that what it
she
looks like?
does. Okay. Look, I'm at a poker table. I was wearing a sweater, an undergarment, then a sweater, then a sweater on top of a sweater because it was freezing cold. I even had gloves. Oh, where are my gloves? I hope I didn't leave them in the poker room.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I even had
Where's it?
gloves on.
Yeah, we're talking about court. Just that we're focusing on court. So let's just wait and see what
Okay.
happens on
All
Monday.
right.
Let's
This
see
is what
happens on
happened.
Monday.
You see, I entered the chat, and this is what happened. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it is Friday, isn't this your thing? Your Fashion Friday?
Fashion Friday. We are in Fashion Friday. All right. Can somebody blow up and see what the water or what the beverage is that is on the table?
It's an odd shaped bottle, but I assume it's like a fizzy water or something.
Yeah. So that's right. So this from whether or not all I asked the question. The only question I asked was this the same dress she wore to trial number 3? Because we know in trial number 1 and trial number 2 she had the same dress on.
No, she had.
Yes.
It was a bluish, not that dark a blue, as I recall, and it had an interesting collar on it. You know, a cut. It was more like something out of Star Trek. It was a little bit different. You know, this looks very like a A-line dress.
But it's interesting how we, so when we always talk about this. Jury consultants are very interesting about how you address and what's appropriate and all. And I've discussed this on the air that, you want sometimes your client to look like your client. So when I'm trying Phil Spector, I don't want Phil Spector to be anyone else but Phil Spector because I wanted the woman who got shot that night in his house to the jury to see who she went home with. Okay. So change nothing. Right. But then with another case in the news, the Menendez brothers who were in the news, Eric getting denied.
Going nowhere.
Parole last night. There was, I remember with Leslie Abramson, there was a whole thing about whether or not she had dressed them in cashmere light pastel sweaters to make them look more like, schoolboyish type as opposed to killers. So no matter what we say about clothes, okay, whether people think they're appropriate or inappropriate, or the discussion's appropriate, inappropriate, it is the subject of discussion when you are doing a case. I have that discussion with clients. When they go to court, I want my clients in a power suit. I want them in a power suit, okay? And I want to see their outfit before they put it on, and I want to see it because I know what I need them to appear or represent to the court as. So it's not an unusual discussion. I had not seen the Wolfenberger verdict. What happened? I know count 2 was dismissed by the judge.
Yeah, I saw it directed only as to count 2. I didn't see anything else.
Yeah. So, so even when we're discussing it, and I know we're kind of making fun of Michael because he's talking about his view and all that kind of stuff, but there is a view that sometimes men will think that they are being had because maybe women are told, somebody, and I've seen lawyers do it. The client comes in a shorter skirt, the client comes like this, or the client comes looking like a school marm. So they think they're being had, either being lied to because the person on the stand is not the school marm that you see, or the person on the stand is just being used to be provocative to get the kind of vote. So I've seen that discussion, okay, with the jury consultants. But so what Michael's saying, even though I laughed at him, is not unusual a discussion to have in the real world. Now, in the world of social media, if you said something like that, you'd be like, for the rest of your life.
No,
But
there's
in the
no
real
doubt.
world, when there's things on the line, it's a discussion.
I actually look at it differently. If they're more provocatively dressed, they're not getting my vote. I'm going to be more suspicious of what they have to say, because apparently they're either not bright enough to know they should dress more appropriately, or they are trying to, kind of have a little form over substance. So, hey, speaking of clothes, you probably saw Donna Adelson, which she's worn both during the jury selection process and now the first day of trial. I'm not surprised. It's, it looks like a harmless grandmother kind of, she's not frumpy. She's not wearing frumpy clothes, but nothing flashy.
Well,
right?
she wasn't flashy all week. She was wearing like a sweater.
She had the
with a
ponytail in day
jacket.
one. She went away from the ponytail.
Yeah.
So now her hair is down. Hey, you mentioned jury consultant. So
Right.
You weren't around this morning when I was doing this, but I went back and I replayed where they introduced the team. Right.
Okay. Right.
And I actually did this late last night because it was bugging me, and so I get the name Lilia Dandelake.
Okay, I do not know her. I know that
I am
Charlie
not
Ellison has Josh
surprised.
Dubin, who's a really good jury consultant.
Because we both know Michelle Ward, and of course now
Right.
through you, I know Richard,
Gabriel.
right, her partner.
Gabriel, right.
And by the way, Michelle was just coming back from Italy and wasn't up on the case. So if she does get up on it, we'll round her up and have her on again, maybe toward the end if she's up on it, and then we can talk about it during jury deliberation. Anyway, so I said, I know I heard a name. I played it back, and I played it for the audience today. Got the name, did the, it's not a normal name. It's not like Smith. Dandelake, Dandelake.
Right.
So there is no jury consultant, based on my research, with that name, Lilia Dandelake. But there is a Florida attorney named Lilia Dandelake.
Oh, wow.
Okay? And my theory was that she was introduced as a jury consultant to avoid the impression that they have three attorneys on the defense side, a bigger team, a bigger legal team than the prosecution has, just from appearance sake. Because I couldn't think of any other reason, unless
No,
she's
because some lawyers act as jury consultants, even though they're
well,
not.
I understand that. She has no history of that, though.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You don't know that she hasn't given some seminars or something like that.
Oh, of course. This was not exhaustive research. It was, what can I learn from the internet in the time that I had. She worked with, and her mailing address currently is the Florida Department of Corrections.
Wait a second. Excuse me. The jury consultant's mailing list is the Florida Department of Corrections?
Yeah. She's with, her email address is fdc.myflorida.com. That's the suffix.
Okay.
So she works somehow with the Department of Corrections, or has in the past. This is a member profile of the Florida Bar. Member profile. She is a member in good standing. She's eligible to practice law. Her number is 162582.
Okay.
And her contact email is, and her personal, where do they reference this? Her mailing address is the Florida Department of Corrections.
Okay. All right. So maybe
I don't know what to make of it. I just felt that it was odd.
It just may be not the traditional jury consultant. There was a jury consultant in the death penalty case, a couple of them in Florida, that are lawyers that just know juries, and they know what the juries in the area. So whatever it is, but that's who they're using. That's who they're using. I mean, who are we to dispute who they're using? They may not have the money. I mean, if there's, by the time they finish all these trials, but it is. I think it is interesting. So I'll tell you what. I mean, I see what, and I'm again seeing what, as I call it, Ma Donna. Ma, like Ma Barker, Ma Donna is wearing, okay? But I think Wendy didn't testify, but boy, Luis Rivera, I mean, they killed Dan Markel so that Wendy could have the kids. I mean, who has that motive aside from Wendy and the Adelson family?
And so now, of course, for the prosecution, they have to now link up that motivation to come from Donna through Wendy.
Right.
That's the ball game.
Right.
Yeah.
I know she was crying a lot today.
Oh my God, she got in trouble. She got yelled at by the principal.
In front of the jury? In front of the
No.
jury?
No.
That was my question because I couldn't tell from the internet.
In front of the jury, she was weepy when they saw, we saw a couple of very quick pictures, not necessarily from the autopsy because the doctor we saw none when the doctor testified about the autopsy.
Was it the medical examiner? Yeah.
Mr. Beard, big gray beard. But one of the first responders, Miss
The show has got off the rails when I'm not here.
Was that Maltese? I think was her name.
Mr. Big Gray Beard.
Oh yeah, and even Dizzy said, "Did he have that beard last time?" And I had to show a picture that, in fact, yep, he did have it last time, and that's not a 1-year beard. That is a mega beard.
Okay, all right. Well, you're the fashion consultant on that. I really didn't know about that.
I could never grow a beard like that. That's something.
Yeah.
So,
but she was crying. Now, look,
she's crying when they showed a couple of pictures.
They're
talking about
right?
it. Yeah, but it was like his leg or his arm, or it was an appendage of some sort. It wasn't the gruesome stuff. But she was, and we were talking amongst ourselves about whether the motivation for the crying was, poor me, I'm going up the river, or there was any sort of, legitimate sympathy for her former son-in-law. Don't know. My real question was not so much the motivation, but is it real? Does it look like she's really emotional?
Well, let me tell you, when she finished jury consultant yesterday, jury trial, the picking of the jury yesterday, I said to you, I think I made a comment, for the first time, I think she looks scared, okay? That this is, I think, reality setting in. And we always rag upon defendants who sit there when there's either autopsy pictures of some sort, and they don't say anything. Because we always tell our clients, just look down, don't react, and that kind of stuff. So maybe you do have somebody who's reacting, and now maybe she never saw those autopsy pictures. And
who knows what's going on?
Because who knows with her?
If you're in her seat right now, it's all coming down, pretty hard and fast. This is reality.
That's the reality. And
I could be 2 weeks from never getting out of prison because I will die in prison. But anyway, whatever the reason, the judge, after dismissing the jury, said, look, I've mentioned before, you can't show emotion. And I'm telling you, Ms. Adelson, you cannot do that. Now, as I mentioned, when they make that kind of broadcast to the courthouse or the courtroom, and they see something happen, they can kick him out of the courtroom, but you can't do that with Donna Adelson. She's staying.
Well, you got to give her a chance to clear herself. By the way, have you been recalcitrant on your duties here while I'm gone? Joey Kane gifted one of the Surf TV membership.
That one we had. We have a new. That one's a couple. We got a couple of new ones.
And double. Since I set that double 007 Texan, the member for 3 months. Love my JSTV peeps. Thank you very much. And then there was another Joey Kane just recently. I gifted another Justice Serve TV.
That's
membership.
at least
Hi, Joey.
3 today, maybe 4.
Yeah. So I'm glad that somebody. You have not been...
You mentioned that because I'm really bad at this. We had something come through Venmo, which I had to confirm. I couldn't find it. Christine, thank you. Christine donated $30, which were for memberships. I think is how she's identified where this.
So we'll try to give out memberships.
We'll figure that
out. That is great. But no, so when Donna was crying, she was really bawling from what I could see from the internet. I didn't.
Like I said, it looked legit. I mean, she wasn't like, it wasn't shoulders heaving, but it looked like some real emotion. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but she's on trial. She really, I don't think she ever expected it to get here. I really don't. I don't think she ever expected that.
She could be arrogant enough to think that.
And so the question becomes, did the defense successfully, because I saw a lot of the comments on social media.
I bet it wasn't good.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Did they in any way successfully argue that there's no nexus between Donna and the hit people?
Here's my take on that from what it didn't last long, I'll tell you that. First of all, there was no cross of anybody until we got to Mr. Rivera, okay? Everything else just kind of came in, right? And so I think they did make a couple of points with Mr. Rivera on their 8-minute cross-examination, okay? 8 minutes. And I had predicted it was going to go about 30 minutes, but it was Ms. Fulford. So it was not Mr. Zellman. And this was She's done everything today. She did the opening statement, and then she did the only cross-examination.
So she did everything, right.
And remember, they were told through the prosecution's motion in limine they couldn't identify anybody as a Latin king. They could say gang member, but not Latin king.
Right.
And that even the gang member part didn't come up during his testimony, which I thought was interesting. So here's the cross. She's focusing on how it's Wendy Adelson that wanted the kids to be with her, that it was no connection between Donna Adelson and that desire. That was the understanding of Luis Rivera. Remember, he's in a pretty limited role. I'm driving the car, getting my money, okay? And he did say the only reason he wasn't the shooter was I didn't want to. I didn't want to do it. So it wasn't like a discussion between he and Sigfredo. It was like when they recruited these guys, they knew it was going to be Sigfredo Garcia pulling the trigger. So she had created, Jackie Fulford, a document of some sort that was created March 11th, 2025. And it had basically the profile pictures of all the players. And she asked Rivera to mark those that were involved in, deciding why Dan Markel had to die.
Each one had a number, right? Each one was given a number.
And he would physically mark them or cross them out. And when she got to asking him about Harvey and Donna Adelson, do you think were they involved in deciding whether or not Dan Markel needs to be killed? He crossed them out. They were not involved. Okay.
That's interesting. Okay.
It's a beat. I mean, but he's not
beat.
Exactly the guy that knows everything that's going on. He's the guy.
But he did point to Wendy as the person who wanted him killed. So my question to you then is, will the prosecution take a loss with Donna if they're able to get Wendy through this testimony?
Kind of lay down or not care. I don't think they're going to lay down, but not care, but use this to ferret out more evidence against Wendy so they can go after her regardless of what happens here. Right. I don't know, that'd be a very interesting ploy. But some of the questioning by Ms. Kappelman has suggested that there's more to learn about the connection between Wendy and this murder for hire than we may have seen before.
Oh,
but
wow.
In terms of this
we sound like we just learned some of it, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Little nuggets here and there. But in terms of the cross, the only cross by the defense, they created this, illusion that Donna Adelson was not involved with the hit team.
So that's actually one good point that the defense did.
Sure.
Because I don't know whether they've met with him before and asked him to do that. I would imagine that you better have met with him.
No, that's all the Catherine Magbanwa angle. That was her job, to be the conduit. So when you get to Donna, you're one more person removed from that conduit.
Yeah. So wow. So Donna's team just threw Wendy under the bus. Are we getting a little as the Adelsons turn on one another, as you've been saying?
That's our theme. Today's episode was a long one. Let's see, how long is this episode doing? 8 hours, 47 minutes.
8 hours and 47
It's
minutes.
like a telethon. So while you're at it, hit the like button and the subscribe button.
But everyone hit that subscribe button. Like, I was looking at the numbers last night because I made a point of asking you all. I mean, we have like 1 million views. If everyone who could hit the subscribe button, we'd be way up there. Somehow we're kind of stuck at near 26,000. So hit that like, subscribe, share, notify button because it really takes, as you can see, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy from people, everyone, from Michael Bryant down to all of our incredible moderators and producers and all, to try to get this show up on the road. Me, I was just playing poker all day. Okay.
Yeah. Today was a weird day. And we have, to be honest, over the last few weeks, we've tried to kind of do a pre-record for Friday as we were getting ready for this case to give us a little bit of a break. But when the trial got underway, we knew we would be diving in. We just didn't know what day it was going to be.
Right. We were hoping that it was going to be Monday.
Yes.
Actually, we were hoping, when I saw Wendy sitting outside on what I call the church pew, I was like, oh no, Michael Bryant's been planning going down there on Monday and he's going to miss, but there's no way, because there's no way Wendy's going to be on and off the stand in one morning, and you'll be there by lunchtime, right?
I'll be there, yeah. So, think she'll autograph my book?
Oh, why don't you bring it with you?
Of course I'm going to bring it with me.
Of course you're going to bring it with you. Yeah.
And then we can auction it off and give the money to charity.
Wouldn't that be great if we could do that? That would be absolutely a fabulous thing to do.
Speaking of books,
What does the first paragraph of that say, that book?
Which part? I mean, of the introduction or of her?
Yeah, of her first paragraph. And what
Well,
does the last paragraph say? Joey Kane, here we go again, and more memberships, another membership. Thank you
There
very
is
much,
actually an
Joey.
introduction. So does that count as the first page?
No, the first page. Does she thank anybody? Does she give
Oh,
anybody?
acknowledgments. Let's see if
Acknowledgements.
that's in the introduction here. 'Cause I remember, as you do, I'm sure remember doing your acknowledgments page. It's always very personal, right?
Right.
It's very important.
It takes a very long time because you have to go back through all the people that you talk to, and sometimes you don't necessarily keep over the years you're doing your book as great notes on who you've spoken to, and you want to make sure you acknowledge everybody or the dedication. Who's even the book dedicated to?
Yeah, I
Usually
see.
there's always a
Maybe because
dedication.
it's kind of a quasi textbook, I don't see anything in the normal pages where that would appear, because I'm right into the actual chapter 1. So
And
yeah.
no acknowledgements either on the end. Wow.
Mm-mm.
No dedication like,
There's an afterword. Let me see if it's in the
okay.
afterword.
Let's see.
As far as my clients are concerned, this is our story. Normally, in the name of professional ethics and client confidentiality, I couldn't and wouldn't tell you about my clients. Is this really her, or is this her as the author speaking? Let's see. I selfishly wanted you to know a bit about my story, which has much, but not all, in common with the attorney Lily. So that if you are one of those lucky people who has the luxury to spend many years focused on higher education, you will think that about law school, and you will consider spending your life as an advocate for those whose voices have been taken from them. I wouldn't be half the attorney or person that I am today without having met people like Rosa and I think it's Mila. Those are the others that are referenced in the book, and so many of my other clients whose stories I can't share with you. I am grateful to all my clients for the invaluable lessons they have taught me by opening my eyes to courage and resilience, to a new perspective on the world, and our increasing interconnectedness and interdependence. Rosa and Mila are two women who might, and likely do, live somewhere in your community. Everyone who took the time to read this book, because they had to, cares at least enough to know about one form of human exploitation and possibly to play a role. If anyone had reached out to these two women during their years of exploitive labor and hardship, they might not have suffered as long as they did. It would only have taken one person to see their sadness and say something. One patron at a restaurant, one neighbor on the street. It would only have taken one person, but the silence of good people everywhere lets trafficking happen. So she doesn't really get into,
Yeah, but she said I want you selfishly to know about my story. So her first, and her acknowledgement is about her. It's about her.
I've not seen very many afterwards before, but that's what she used, an afterward from the author. But no acknowledgments anywhere, nothing.
What do you think her reaction is going to be when she hears that the Luis Rivera vindicated her mother, but actually pointed the finger directly at her?
I don't know. Right? That's now they get to work on how she might address that during her testimony.
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's, I don't think, actually the prosecution really doesn't care right now. They clearly, here's the problem the prosecution has. They don't want to go into something that's derivative from that, really, that it becomes derivative immunity of something that happens during this trial, right? That she says. The prosecution, I think, has to stay away from that.
Yeah, well, yeah, otherwise they're burning themselves, because they may have something that stands totally independent, which would not be prohibited under the immunity agreement. They could taint that if they dabble into her testimony on that. Very interesting conundrum.
Very interesting, and then we're going to see how it winds Donna in, because I think Wendy's emails and to Donna's back, those emails back and forth. That's when we were listening to Wendy 1. When we were watching the tape of her testimony in the last trial against Charlie. We called it the first half of her testimony, Wendy 1. Those emails were like, whoa, Wendy's, her mother's got the motive here too. I mean,
and we did hear through former Sergeant Isom a couple of those where she called, what did Donna called him? What was the one that I thought? Oh, Elvis. Which I said, is that derogatory? And she called him Elvis, and she did it in a way that made it sound derogatory, but I'm still not sure why. And then a major fucker, not a mother, a major.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
the best kind of fucker, I guess.
Right, and then there's the dressing up the kids, and then which no one's going to forget, the Nazi uniforms, which I
Right,
don't think
and the
defense
Catholic
is something, right?
school and all of that.
Catholic
yeah.
school, just to
And they did that. They told that story in the context of the motion to relocate being denied. Right, it's denied, and the backup plan was okay. All right, well, we're going to turn your kids into Catholics. We're going to have them wearing Nazi uniforms. That was supposedly the backup plan. Let me tell you this, and I had an argument with myself about this. They say that motion to relocate was denied with prejudice. Now, have you ever seen a family law matter that is not open to changed circumstances?
Never.
No.
Never.
So either, and this was the prosecutor that described it in that way, because it helps them, right? Because it creates, hey, motive. We're never going to get the kids. Let's kill the dad.
Right.
I just think that's bullshit, because it just doesn't happen. You're never going to foreclose the right to readdress these issues. And I gave some hypothetical. What if the dad becomes a junkie and it's better? He's a harmful prospect to the kids. Maybe they're going to be in danger. We got to get out of here. You go back to the court. Say, look, these are the changed circumstances.
Right.
They're going to look at those things.
Right.
So I don't know if the prosecution got lucky and that language was written into the denial out of habit or whatever, because they were able to use that language, which definitely supports their motive argument.
Now you know how I feel about showing people in the courtroom. I understand Dan Markel's parents were in the courtroom.
Yes.
Did the cameras focus on them?
Yes.
It did.
Yeah.
This has got to be, we talk about so many trials. This has to be agonizing for them to see over and over and
No
over.
doubt. It must feel like Groundhog Day in the worst possible way. Right. They just they relive this horrible story, the pictures, the whole thing again and again.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Funny that it was probably the same.
I love it.
Please weigh in on the male witnesses closing next. I already weighed in on some of them, but I will.
For next week, we're going to weigh in on all of them. Linda, love your outfit and enjoy your visit on Jimmy's channel. Thank you very much. We're trying to get
Mary Malarkey, not your real name.
We'll try to get. Thank you for the donation. We'll try to get next time we do Jimmy's channel, all three of us on. I understand Auntie Deb's going to be in the courtroom on Monday apparently, so that should be interesting. Whether or not he goes right up to Wendy or something, or tries to. You got to be very careful about that.
Yeah, I think I need to maintain my distance so I'm not sucked into the vortex there. And just do my thing. But
what are you going to wear to court? What are you going to wear to court?
I'm going to be wearing very similar looking clothes. I'll tell you that, because I don't want to pack a lot of things. I was talking about seating.
Mary says it's her real name, by the way. I'm just going to interject that right now.
Malarkey's her real name, you think?
Yeah,
Malarkey?
She says it. She says our viewers don't lie to us.
That's an interesting name. That is a tough one to grow up with. That's a lot of malarkey. So you may or may not have noticed that there were rows right behind the Adelson team that were empty. And we learned that because they had two empty rows behind the prosecution and the Markel family, and they wanted all that, that space, that the defense said, well, we want that too. And yet Harvey was sitting there by himself most of the day. There was somebody else that joined a little bit later in the day. The rest are still blank, empty. And I kind of went off on that, saying that's ridiculous. And this is, if you're not going to be there for the first day opening statements, when are you going to be there? Well, maybe the verdict, I guess. But still, you're going to keep those two blocked off, empty seats for the duration of this trial. I'm going to have a problem with that if I get down there and there's limited seating because they're keeping those two bench seats open.
That's kind of ridiculous. I mean,
and they have, sheriff SO, sheriff office, Leon County Sheriff Office tags,
right?
Because, and I know they're doing it to be, equity between the two sides, but you can't do that if they're not going to be used, and there are people who want to come in, public or otherwise. So.
Well, did you talk to the person?
Isaac, I should get a hold of Isaac. I should send him one more note saying, by the way, dude,
I'm going to be there. Where am I going to sit?
And he knows I'm coming down next week. I've been a pain in his ass from the beginning, just continuing to ask, are you sure we're good without a traditional press pass? But I'll press him on it and say, what's the plan if these continue to be sitting here vacant? What's the deal?
Okay. So apparently that looks like Pellegrino water next to Wendy. Very interesting.
Oh, okay.
I just like to see what people.
Pellegrino, isn't that always green?
Seen. No.
Isn't that bottle green?
Hasn't been always green for a long time. Pellegrino water comes in many flavors now.
Oh, they have different flavors, but not the original one. Not the original one. That's the green one, right?
Okay. I think we're going to have to bring Michael on a shopping trip. Don't you all?
I don't get out much. Somebody says I can't get that skirt out of my head.
Yeah, I can't get your comment about the skirt out of your head.
Was it a skirt or was it more an A-line dress?
It's a dress.
I believe it's an A-line dress.
It's the skirt part of the A-line dress, right?
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. At least you know what an A-line dress is.
Of course,
yeah,
but
I do think that they, you know, if look, they have nobody. No one really wants to. When you think about it, if you were offered the seat to sit behind the Adelsons, right? Would you take that right now? Because people are going to associate you with the Adelsons. It's kind of like a marriage.
I don't care.
You don't care. All right, because you just want to get. Matter of fact, you probably would because you want to be able to hear and cover it and see. And
well, remember the whole issue with, and somebody mentioned this too. Well, they don't want people too close so they can see what's on the screens. Remember, we had that whole Jackie Fulford. I can't see. I need big print. They haven't reoriented their computers. So if you're in one of those first few rows, whatever she's got on there, you're going to see. My position was, that's not my problem. That's not the public's problem.
What it is when you scoot into it. I mean, we all have our computers on there, but people.
I understand that practical issue needs to be handled, but that's not my problem. That's between the attorneys and the court. They need to do something about it. I'm not going to go like this. Oh my gosh, we're screening. I can see it. I better turn away. No, I'm part of the public. I just plan to be there. And if that happens to be in my view, I'm not going to make an effort to read it. I'm not going to do that.
No, that's the difference.
But if you have a concern, deal with it with the court. And apparently Jackie Fulford failed with that effort because she was yelling about it. She said, I'm going to have, what do? I'm going to have these giant documents because I can't see very well. And I don't think they did anything about it. So, but you can't clear the first two rows to clear up that problem. That is not the right remedy. So,
well, maybe they're concerned about security. Maybe this is more a security issue. Maybe this thing
I think it's
don't
just
know about.
I don't think so because I know they made a point of saying each side gets those two front rows. Boom, everybody's equal. That's how it was couched. So we'll see how that changes. Somebody said I should bring my stapled money. I'm not so sure I want to be walking around with this. I don't know.
They may think that you're part of the more stapled money, and oh my God, we forgot to take it. We haven't taken from this person from up north.
Been in the evidence room. It's been in the evidence room for a while.
Stapled bills in the courtroom, but very interesting to see what the reaction is. And I guess did they say is Wendy supposed to start off Monday morning? Then if Rivera's finished, and you have kind of like. You know, you do have a plus with that, where he says who wanted the kids killed, and Wendy, not the kids killed, Markel killed Wendy because she wanted the kids, and he crosses off. So obviously they had known that. They must have gone to interview him. The prosecution must have known that too. But then then the establishment is like, hey, wait a second. He doesn't know what's happening between Don and Wendy. That's why there's a conspiracy. You know, you have the different spokes in a bicycle, right? Somebody doesn't know what the other
sure.
spoke
is. That's the whole thing. That's the class. And so I would not expect the handyman. That's what I'll call him in the context of the killing. I'm not the guy who's digging the grave. I wouldn't expect him to know who at the top is calling the shots.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very, very interesting day watching it from afar with her crying and all. And the judge, how did she respond? Because I didn't see this when she was told.
She looked even more afraid.
When the judge told the attorneys to get the client under control, which is what I read.
She looked more like she was in the crosshairs, and she didn't burst out crying, but she looked pretty emotional when he was telling her to stop being emotional.
Well. This is what happens if look, right now, though, I will say again, as we sit here as a lawyer, I have to say to you, she is presumed innocent until the prosecution proves her case beyond the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, and until that jury makes that decision. So right now, she is presumed innocent. She's like, look at the Wolfenbergen case. I actually have blurbed Cheryl McCollum's book on that she's going to publish on that. And it looked like it solved the case. And maybe she had, but he just was found not guilty today, right? It's what you all told me on the one count. and it was a pretty disastrous. When I was watching with Cat Williams and the other day in the background, and then I wasn't chatting in because I was so busy with my own case. But when I was watching it on it, I was like, "This is a disaster." The detective, it was a disaster. The fact that they had misidentified the skull as a man, the fact that they had no cause of death, they had no manner of death, they had no place of death, they had no time of death. You know, it was a disaster of a case in Fulton County again. You know, and yet I commend Cheryl for doing yeoman's work and trying to bring what she thought was this case to justice by working with the prosecution. It's just that maybe that wasn't such a good office as it turned out to work with. You know.
Yeah, it's got some challenges. What was
challenges?
What was the defendant's name again?
Wolfenberger, right?
Wolfenberger. And so, did we confirm there was a verdict or no?
Yeah, confirmed that it was not right. Dizzy, not guilty, right? Not guilty. It was.
I see this report is like 4 minutes old. Wow.
4 months old. There was the judge dismissed because the judge had held in abeyance dismissal the second count on a motion for a directed verdict, which we know never gets granted.
No,
you know,
generally no.
And the judge held that in this morning when I saw the judge had dismissed that because there was just no evidence because that was a felony murder that he had killed her with a weapon, and they couldn't identify the weapon. I think what the prosecution was relying on was not so much the weapon of death, but the fact that there was something that looked like saw marks on some of the bones that were later identified, but that doesn't mean that was the weapon of death. That was the killing weapon. So that's what happened in that case, a directed verdict, and those we held them see. So okay,
yep.
Michael,
Good.
put a tie on.
Why do you think
why
do you think I'm doing this? I'm sick of wearing the tie. I always wear a tie when I go to court. Not as a reporter, but as a participant, I always wear a tie.
But now you're going as a participant, and you're representing.
No, I'm going as a reporter.
You're participating by reporting, and you're representing Justice Serve TV. And now that you've made such a big deal about clothing,
I'll have a coat on, sport coat on, but I'm not tying up. Not gonna do it. It just I don't think it's necessary as a reporter, but I always do if I'm participating in the process as an attorney. So,
are you going to go see our friend in another county? What's her name with the suitcase?
Oh, Sarah Boone.
Oh, Sarah Boone.
She's in Orlando. That's quite the schlep. That's probably 3.5+ hours. If she said, "Yeah, I'll meet with you," I'd go. But so far, there's been crickets in our attempts to reach out to her because she said, "Not everybody hates me." That was her response when I said. Everybody
but by the way, we need she'll definitely says in the merch shop we need a Justice Serve TV tie. We don't have a tie. That's a
hot
great
seller.
idea. That could be a hot seller, very classic, very it's the small with the Justice not the big thing, the Justice Serve TV tie. That'd be a real classic thing, sure. And then you could support.
Yeah, I could if it were subtly done, because most ties that I do wear. Pretty subtle. They're not.
In court, you have to
The only exception is when around Christmas time I have a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer tie that's got all of the characters from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Does it light up?
No, I drew the line of electronics.
Oh my goodness gracious!
But it's a nice tie.
Yeah. All right. So one other thing besides this case, as I also did, and I don't think we have a decision on the other Menendez yet. That's going to be tonight. If last night was an indication, but a discussion that we have had with regard to Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. That is in the news. If we're going to do a rip and read to end our show,
impromptu rip and read,
an impromptu rip and read to end our show. Do you want to rip and read?
I gotta find it.
Impromptu rip and read. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Crazy.
Says that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. Okay. Yeah. I had thought that perhaps as part of the deal that she wanted, because today the White House released the conversation, supposedly the whole conversation.
Yeah, it was Todd Blanche officially who said he released it. So
right, Todd Blanche with her with regard to the offers that were made and what was happening, and she will not say that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, died by suicide. She believes that he was murdered. I think that's a major rip and read headline. And as soon as we finish this case, it may be as part of this case, one day next week, we'll do like a little 10-minute rip and read afterwards, because I know this is going to have ramifications and continue to have ramifications. And we'd certainly like to have Mark Epstein back on to discuss that.
And remember, today was the deadline by Congress for the files to be opened, released, whatever. I haven't
Some
heard
of them, some of them are being are there. Some of them are there. I read that, but I did not really get into it in detail because I was too busy losing a full house to a full house and being knocked out. So that's
and very bitter about it.
And then rushing to my car and saying, okay, I'm coming. Here I come. Where are you? And you're like, I'm so exhausted. So
I didn't say that. I said today's been a lot. Today's
been a lot.
We just passed the 9-hour mark, so it's as good a time as any to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any
questions
that was
about
our last
today
that you might have had some questions?
Thank you, by the way, for those who are emailing us. We're getting emails on other cases. I just want to say thank you very much. We are going to be following up on them, and we'll try to do a number of things. So there's one in particular case that's near and dear to my heart. But thank you very much, and I will do thank Michael Bryant, because I had made this commitment thinking a while ago that the closings were going to start on Monday. We were going to pre-tape for Friday, and I couldn't quite, frankly, I could not honor it because it involved another person. And of course, it was poker, which I have to give you my poker stories, and also. But I did rush back and rush through the hunting grounds to get here, so you would not be alone. To close.
One more note: we mentioned the book, which I am going to take down there and hopefully get. I today said, kind of, off the cuff, I said, what if we had a Justice Served TV book club and did it maybe just for our members, because there are a lot of true crime books that are amazing. Right. So I've told Missy to make a note of that. I think that might be a nice little feature. So
we can start with my husband's book.
This is not one of those books.
We can start with my husband's book, American Autopsy. That was just in the Cindy Adams column the other day.
You're as bad as her. You got your inside track.
Yeah, I got my inside track. I'm going to sell books.
Okay. All right then.
You wanted recommendations. Well,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming that would be an honest buy and read this book. Yeah, I can assume that.
We could read it. We could read it without buying. We could just do what Auntie Deb does. We could have a book club party, reading party every once in a while, and start reading.
And you go to the library. Libraries do exist, and they do have books.
And they're great.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so have a great weekend. I'm glad you could get a little R&R today, as badly as it went. I'm sorry. And then Monday, I'm not sure what's happening while I'm on the road, but we'll figure that out, and we'll announce that and make sure you're aware. We'll be streaming the trial regardless.
We'll be streaming the trial whether we're on or not, right?
That's for sure.
Yeah. So
I think the judge told
the jury, what, 9:10 or 9:15 Monday to come?
No, it's weird. They've got the parties coming at 8:30 because they're going to continue these arguments on these different documents that they screwed up earlier. And 9:30 is for or I think 9:15 ready to go at 9:30 is for the jury. We'll see if that 1 hour is all the time they need, but that's the key.
Okay. So we'll be streaming it, and then at some point we'll be popping on.
Yeah, I'll be from the Southland next time I see you. So in the meantime, Michael Bryant here, trying to do the right thing. And
before you go, hit that subscribe, like, share, and notify button, and we will see you on Monday.
On the sky.